Hello, I'm Damaya Woda, a scholar and a leader attending Ponus CTC. Throughout this school year, my fellow classmates and I will be keeping you informed on the great things happening in our district. And in case you missed it, this summer was full of exciting news. This year, DPS is under new leadership with our interim superintendent, Dr. David Lawrence. Dr. Lawrence is a Dunbar graduate and has a long history with DPS. He began his work with the district in 1995. Over the years, he has taught at Edwin Joel Brown Middle School, Meadowdale High School, has served as an assistant principal at Stabber School for the Arts, and principal at Thurgood Marshall Steam High School.
I'm personally looking forward to just getting out to school buildings every day and seeing the progress in terms of how we're trying to build culture. And I think that's a part of communication. Communication can be verbal, nonverbal, but also it can be your presence itself. And I think by being in school buildings on a regular basis, at lunch duty, recess duty, tying shoes for second graders and first graders, at athletic events, and just showing the administrative team that's closest to me on cabinet and those people in the schools that we really are going to work on culture this year. And all those school results, they'll come.
We are looking forward to an amazing school year under his guidance. After a long overdue upgrade, the Welcome Stadium renovations are officially done. Come out and show your DPS spirit by attending a game and experiencing the new and improved stadium for yourself. Unable to attend the game? Catch our Games of the Week live streamed on the DPS YouTube channel. Games are streamed on either Thursday or Friday from students like me in the Ponus Media Arts Pathway. Recently, the district broke ground on the Transportation Center renovation project. The renovated center will include more open space, break rooms, additional restrooms, consultation and conference rooms, office spaces, and more. Wrapping things up, DPS has so many great staff members who help our district thrive. In this episode, we're spotlighting Rob Hunter, the district's Director of Operations. Mr. Hunter has been with the district since 2019. Previously, he worked as the Compliance Coordinator for Operations. His day-to-day duties consist of meeting with the staff, going out to buildings, performing compliance inspections, and ensuring buildings meet all safety standards. That's it for this episode of In Case You Missed It. Catch us next time for more district highlights and follow us on social media to get the most up-to-date info and news 24/7. I'm Damaya Woodall, and remember, you can waste your life drawing lines or you can live your life by crossing them. Quote by Shonda Rhimes.
Hi, my name is Robin Patterson from Ponus CTC, a part of the Media Arts program, and we are here at Belhaven to interview the student spotlight, Gabrielle. Gabrielle Shanklin has been a Belhaven Bobcat since kindergarten. She's always a pleasure to have in class and exemplifies following the Bobcat way every day. Gabby has excellent attendance and shows up every day with a positive attitude and smile on her face. Gabby is always ready to learn. Her amazing grades reflect her hard work and effort in the classroom. Gabrielle is a great role model for new students and especially helpful as a peer guide. Gabrielle participates in student council and many other after-school programs. What's your favorite subject in school?
It's definitely math.
Do you have a lot of friends in school?
Yes, I have a lot of friends. Jeremiah, Anila, Jasmine, Nelky, Lance, Edward, Glenn, Marsha.
What do you like about being a peer guide?
I get to meet new people every single year, and I can make new friends. I can show them around and stuff, and how we do stuff around here, and what's the Bobcat way.
What got you into dancing?
So I've been dancing since I was like 5. I started loving it. I started dancing at home. I started dancing to Beyonce, DaBaby, and all them artists. And I thought they were really cool. So I wanted to dance to more hip hop, more R&B, and I thought it was really, really cool because I've been seeing some people on on YouTube and TikTok, they dance like so smoothly, and I want to dance like that. So,
Do you have a message for your classmates here at Belhaven?
like, live the Bobcat way, and like if somebody tells you that you need to give up, like you can't do this, you suck at this, don't listen to them. Just keep trying, and just ignore them, and like just think about like the positive way and stuff, because if you think in the wrong way, it might cause to something being really wrong. So just like think in a positive way, so like you can get good grades, you can meet new good friends and all that. So yeah.
Hello, my name is Kamaya Hilton Thomas, and I am a senior at Stiver School for the Arts. I started taking College Credit Plus classes in the 8th grade up until this year, where I recently got my associate's degree before my high school diploma. I started with very few classes, and then I just kept growing and growing. Many people recommended I keep a small course load, but I kept leveling up and taking as many as I could. So I kept maxing those hours out, and over the summer I took 16 or 15 credit hours so I can just be one step closer to getting my degree. Not many people have an associate's degree. Straight out of high school, some people, go start working without a degree, or maybe they even take a gap year or go to school. So to have that one thing done and accomplished is great. It's gonna save me a tremendous amount of money. Even though I have gotten a scholarship, it also helps though, because it's that scholarship is only 4 years. So if I go over that time, or I need to help and take other courses, I have that done. And that actually has helped me, because that's basically a free degree that I can lean back on.
Today was a day of excitement and enthusiasm and an inspiration for kids. Our goal is to inspire kids by doing and experiencing science in really fun ways. So if we can make science fun and exciting, they're going to gravitate towards those things, and then they're going to be like, oh, I need to do more of that, and I want to try that. And it's okay to fail. It's okay to try new things, because science is all about learning, exploring, and really just investigating the world around us. Being able to come out to a school like Roosevelt Elementary and working with Dayton Public Schools is really important, because I want these kids to see, and I want them to experience science in a way they've never experienced it before. Make it fun, make it big, make it explosive, but most importantly, make it relatable to them. And that's what this whole program is all about. What we got to do today, what I got to do on stage, doing all my demonstrations, was fun. But the engineering design challenge, where kids are building and they're testing and they're figuring things out, that's what science is really all about, is figuring out, oh, that didn't work. How do I make it better? Or, oh, let's try that again, but let's change it just a little bit. That variable needs to change. So watching them build their towers and actually figuring out how to get that ping pong ball as high as they possibly could, that's amazing. And you could just see their wheels working the whole time. And that's what this is all about, is getting them to be okay with trying it, but most importantly, with not getting it right the first time.
We're here today to break ground on our new transportation center. It's a facility that's going to house about 170 transportation individuals. That means mechanics, drivers, paraprofessionals, secretaries, IT analysts, and other payroll specialists. And so all those folks will be housed in that space. We'll also have brand new concrete where we're standing now for all 150 of our buses, which is a huge undertaking in itself. So not only a renovation of the transportation center, but also a full blacktop for both sides of the transportation center for the buses, and new parking for the employees. I'm most excited for the employees. I've said it on a number of occasions. I've said it at board meetings. I've said it in the paper. Equity is a big issue for me. This is a space that we've forsaken. It's been one of the last structures that we've renovated. This is a space where mostly women are here, and we've looked the other way until now. I am proud to have been one of the primary drivers of this project, along with support from the Board of Education.
Hey, I'm Deshawn, and I'm here at Wagaman Middle School interviewing the Student Spotlight, Christina. Christina Tinsley is an 8th grader at Wagaman Middle School. Christina has excellent attendance, excels academically, and always has model behavior for her classmates. She is respectful, responsible, and attends all of her classes on time. Christina is on the Wagaman Praise Dance team, participates in all positive school climate events, and is an overall joy to have in the building. How does it feel to excel in your classes and get good grades?
It feels good, but it kind of feels normal because I've been doing it for like a couple of years now.
Where did you go before you came to Wagaman?
I went to Louise Troy.
How was your experience?
It was fun. All the teachers is great there.
Who was your favorite teacher?
Probably between Mr. Miller and Miss Grant and Miss Coleman.
So tell me about praise dance.
I like praise dance. I like our teacher, Derica. She a good teacher, but she been doing praise dance for a long time. It's someone like, they have a lot of crazy dances, but they're easy to do though, but it's fun. Like I'll keep doing it like for a long time probably.
Do you know what you want to be when you get older?
Yeah, I want to own my own business and do hair because I'm really good at doing hair.
Did you know that Ponies has cosmetology?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go to Ponies for cosmetology and learn about hair.
It's a really good program. Being nominated for Student Spotlight, what message would you like to give students and family?
I would say like that y'all would need to work hard in school. Getting good grades. Like it'll help you for like if you want to get into like colleges and stuff like that. Having good grades and then help you in high school. And that's all I know.
Hello, I am Rachel Blanks, 5th grade cluster leader at Edison Elementary School, and I am Dayton Public Schools. Asking me why I enjoy DPS is really a loaded question. How can I not love DPS? So I started here in 1990. I'm probably dating myself, but as a kindergartner at Fairview Elementary. So I grew up in this district. I watched my father work in this district. I watched my mother volunteer in this district. My daughter was in the district. This district is just like an extended family to me. It's just it's a huge part of Dayton. I've seen the successes. I've seen the opportunities that arise out of Dayton Public Schools. I believe in DPS. When I see the students, the smiles on their faces, when I see those proverbial light bulbs, when I hear them telling me, Mrs. Blanks, I got it, or thank you, Mrs. Blanks, or Mrs. Blanks, can I stay here for the rest of the day? But also when I hear from parents and they're telling me how I have helped their child grow academically, behaviorally, emotionally, it's a big deal to me. Making a difference in the lives of my students is something that I take very seriously, whether it's exposing them to Japanese culture, which we're doing this year, or just helping them with exponents or multiplication tables. It's something that I do every day. Choosing Dayton Public right now is choosing to be a part of being a positive catalyst for change. It's choosing to be a part of an organization where communication and culture is lauded, is built upon, is celebrated, and it's a huge part of who we are. It's choosing DPS means that you're choosing to stand up on the battlefield of protecting our children and protecting their futures and preparing them for a global society. You choose DPS if you're willing and wanting to make a difference in the lives of the students around you and to make a better future for everybody.
Now call to order this October 17th business meeting. Madam Treasurer, may we have a roll call?
President Goodwin,
Here.
Mr. Smith,
He is not here.
Mr. Sampson,
Present.
Ms. Wick,
Present.
Dr. Pickett,
Present.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Present.
Mr. Lacey,
Here.
6 present.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Lawrence, I see we have 3 presentations. The floor is yours.
We do. Presentation A, capital plan agreement. Come on up, Dan. Where are you? It's good to see you. Excited to see you. Haven't seen you in years.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Goodwin, members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name's Dan Shaw. I know several of you and know most of you. We are looking at starting a capital plan, a financing plan for the district. So to patch between what you know you need for operations and capital needs with the finances and the financials, that when are you going to need that money? When's it going to come up? How are we going to pay for it? How do those things get covered? And to be able to look at that on a 10-year look. Not that it will hold for 10 years out, not that it'll be accurate for 7 or 8 years out, but that it will give a baseline for the district to make opportunity cost decisions about what to fund next and what things you want to put your cash resources to, what things you want to finance. So there's 3 areas of capital needs that the capital plan will focus on. They're categorized in maintenance, which we're all familiar with, building by building and type by type. So you'll be able to see, if you look at a building, what are all the maintenance needs inside of that building. If you looked at HVAC units across the district, you'd be able to see what are the HVAC costs expected for the next 10 years. And be able to look at a financing plan that's going to lay all of that out and see how you're going to cover those things that are needed inside those capital areas. The second category is renovation and replacement. So same thing, looking across the district to see what needs renovated, what needs replaced. We take a look at bus schedules and computer schedules and truck schedules, and we make sure that all the replacement is in there with a financial placeholder so that the treasurer's office knows how much financing you're going to need and when you're going to need it for those renovation and replacement areas. And then any new and additional needs. So the things in the projects that you want to be able to finance, how does that correlate with what are your maintenance costs going forward? What kind of maintenance costs are you going to have for those new items? Do you have enough money? Where do you want to use the cash? Where do you want to finance for those new pieces? All those things will be used to put together a comprehensive capital plan and look at what's the capital need going forward over the next 10 years. I went quick on purpose. Any questions before I'm going to show you a little bit of a demonstration on what it will look like when we're done. Any questions before I get to that? Okay. If you want to go ahead to that Excel sheet, and the Word document that you have in front of you is just a summary of kind of what we said, a very high level, what's this project about and what will it include. And we're trying to pull up the Excel sheet here just to give you kind of a flavor of what that layout looks like.
We don't have a Word document. Yeah, it's not
Oh, did you get the Word document? No. Okay, well, I did bring hard copies in case. May I approach?
Thank you.
And do you all have screens in front of you that you're able to see these numbers? Or you're looking at these screens, the big screens? Okay. Well, maybe there we go.
No, nobody can see it.
So these are not actual numbers yet because we haven't done all of the work. But just to give you a flavor for how this will go, if you look across the bottom of the screen here, you'll see we will identify all the resources, all the revenue components that are available for capital expenditure. We'll then summarize all the facilities. So we're all familiar with what's the maintenance going to be needed at Dunbar or Belmont? Or pick one of the high schools or one of the elementaries. What are those maintenance pieces? And we'll lay it out in a format that everybody can see and is easy to understand. So we can see all the HVAC at each one of the buildings for the next 10 years. So if I may go to the screen. You may be able to hear me if I go over here, okay? So we'll organize this across the bottom so that it matches up with the way that you manage the district. So we may have facility by facility, or we may have program by program, or budget manager by budget manager. You already have, from what I understand, a lot of the work that Dr. Lawrence did previously. You have some capital pieces laid out that we can look at what's needed and what's coming. We will get those into the right buckets so that we can apply financial values to each one of those areas by district in this instance. So we'll be able to do all HVAC in each one of the buildings over the next 10 years. What do we expect will happen? Not so that it's precise or so that we are pigeonholing that money, but so that we have a basis from which to make decisions going forward about where we spend those dollars. This is particularly helpful then when you're looking at grant money or extra money that comes in that might be used for capital needs, because it's all in one place and everybody can participate in where the expenditure happens. Additionally, then, if you scroll along the bottom, you would see that we'll do the same thing for all areas of capital. So we'll do technology, we'll do transportation, we'll do security, curriculum needs, we may have special equipment that qualifies as capital. And so each one of those pieces will have a 10-year look and 10-year plan that we engage the district in unifying around so everyone understands what those capital components are and what we're going to spend the money on. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't have a question. Well, I mean, I have a question. It's for the treasurer. Part of our maintenance comes from our bond levy, and that would run out when? Within the next 10 years, would it not?
See, the bond levy doesn't get us that much money. That one is, we get 650 in Fund 3 and 650 in Fund 34. So it doesn't, really, we don't have that much revenue for capital.
Well, I mean, 650,000 is 650,000. So when does that, I mean, so I think they would need to know when that ends.
That will end 2028?
Yes, I believe 2028.
Yeah.
We have that. We do have that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that'll be part of this analysis is where does that bond issue come off, and is there an opportunity to shift those dollars or to look at another financing if that's what the district needs to do.
Great. Thank you.
So we'll do an in-depth look at the revenue stream as much as the expense, so you'll be able to see all the grants and all the different components that are used for capital.
I mean, beyond the bond levy, it's all pretty much general fund, is it not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a large amount of it's coming out of your general fund, and there may be solutions with that as well to look at what if we did take more in the next financing to relieve the general fund of some of those capital expenditures. We'll be able to model some of that for you so you have the information you need to make the decision about whether or not to finance it or use cash.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board Member Reiner.
Thank you. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
What's the time frame for the project with Bradley Payne?
We'd like to see this done in 3 to 6 months. We like to be very collaborative about it, though, and engage some of your front folks. So it kind of depends on their availability and time, but we're looking at a 3 to 6 month window to get at least a model up and running.
Okay. And what's the cost for the district for this?
We are looking at $21,000 when it's all said and done, and $3,500 a month between here and the end. So over a 6 month, if it took us all 6 months, it'd be the $3,500 over the 6 months plus the $21,000
So $3,500 per month?
per month. Yes.
And plus the $21,000?
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
I'm going to do some math real quick.
And then once it's Once it's in place, we charge a $12,000 a year maintenance fee, and we keep it up and running for you so that each year it changes and we come back and do another update.
How often would we expect to get updates from Bradley Payne?
We would recommend that we put those together at least twice a year and sometimes quarterly, but it depends on, kind of how fast you're moving with your capital expenditures.
Right. This is a little bit more of a difficult question. You're looking at this as a 10-year long project. Talk to me about navigating the fact that often, board terms are 4 years. Some board members only serve one term. Some board members serve more than one if they choose to run for reelection and they are reelected. Talk to me about what Bradley Payne would do to maintain the project, even if the board is completely different now. In 4 years, we could have a completely different board, right? How do you navigate that? How do you maintain the project and make sure that what the decisions we're making now are decisions that will be followed through up until the end of the project?
Yeah, so the project is really, it's a financial capture of all the things that we think are going to happen. So it rolls 10 years forward. The first 5 years being a little more sure than the last 5 years, but the last 5 years are important because if you're making decisions about financing, you need to be looking at the whole package about what's that cost and how's the cash flows work, right? So, but it's, with the school districts that we've done this for, it has been super helpful because as board members change, as superintendents and treasurers move, or business managers move, this is a steady look at why and what the decisions were made when the previous group was in there. It may be that the next folks don't agree with it, but you can at least see what the cash flow targets were and what the HVAC units needed to be done, which ones needed to be done when, and what the plan was for when the next ones would be done. So it might move, and the next person coming in might say, well, we don't want to prioritize the HVAC as much as we want to prioritize the roof because we had a really bad winter and it changed or whatever, right? But at least you can see what the previous leadership, what that plan was and why. It outlines that in the financial plan.
And the twice yearly update, will that keep on looking at the capital resources that we have? I'm thinking about the Four Seasons project and survey that we had years ago. And after a while, it was out of date, and referring to it wasn't helpful at all. And I wouldn't want to have something right now that is basically, irrelevant 4 or 5 years from now.
Right. So each year we would come in and we'll take the actuals off of the treasurer's books. We'll put them in where the plan was for the last year that we finished. And then we'll go through the process to update the future years. Meet with your business managers and say, all right, this got done, this didn't, does this need to still happen this year? Can we push that back a year? That's part of the twice a year look, is how are we tracking with what we said we were in the plan.
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't have to be something that you use us for every year. That's certainly something that you could have internalized if you wanted to, but we'll at least get you started on that kind of rotation.
Okay. And to my colleagues, I actually really like the idea of having a longer term, a 10-year look at our financials and our resources and what our vision is. A lot of the decisions that we make are with, they're not financial decisions for now. They are financial decisions that we make knowing that we're making decisions that are better for us in the long term. So I think this is a good approach to it. I would like to have access to any other information that you have that isn't under board docs would be helpful.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam President.
Okay.
Thank you. I had a couple questions for you. So before I was on the board, I just want to know, did you work for Sheriff Services?
I did. I worked for the Shared Resource Center.
Is there any potential conflicts with if we did decide to work with you now? Because did you work for them when they did work for us?
Actually, I stepped out right before they started doing, right at the same time.
Okay.
So there are not potential conflicts at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm over 2 years removed, and so there's no connection and no financial.
Okay.
Thanks. Good question.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
All right. Did you have? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your information. I've enjoyed working with your organization in the past with John, so I appreciate that. I think it's important our community understand, the impact of, keeping our buildings up to code and this aspect of what we manage, but also a district our size. We have 28 buildings. We have a lot of real estate, so I'm really looking forward to your assessment and giving us some guidance around how we do manage better along those lines. So looking forward to the work. Thank you.
We're excited for that opportunity. Thank you. I know they wanted me to take an hour and a half, so sorry if I
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your next presentation.
Chief Wright, come on up. We're going to have a conversation about Halo.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Dr. Lawrence, board members, Treasurer Abraha. I was here to answer any questions that you may have. Wrote down some other notes to make sure I had this here as well. Hear about Halo today. So what I actually did is I always reach out to professionals, okay? So the professionals that I reached out to, I have them in the room today. And I'm gonna have Mr. Eric Wickham come up also to speak in response to Halo. And I'll be able to answer any other questions outside of the actual unit and devices. Mr. Wickham.
Good evening, everybody. So I think the purpose is just to explain Halo and make sure you guys have a solid understanding of the solution itself and what it offers school districts across Ohio. Halo is a sensor that provides vape detection, THC, smoke detection. It's also used for air quality concerns with carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. It also ties into decibel readings such as vandalism in certain areas. So a lot of school districts will put Halo inside the restrooms and inside their locker rooms where vape and THC is being frequently used, and also in their stairwell. So it is a sensor. It does not record. It does not transfer any voice. It just picks up on readings of, again, chemicals, air quality, and sound. But it does tie into your network. It ties into what's called Halo Cloud, which provides reporting, analytics, data sheets, ways to bring up all your Halos across the different buildings. So when Chief Wright requested us to help him with a design, it was targeted towards high schools and middle schools. So those are the school districts or the school buildings that we are putting Halo in or potentially putting Halo in. So the Halo Cloud would give you access to look at different times of when maybe vape detection is widely known across those 8 to 10 buildings. When are you having issues with smoke or THC? But it just provides that reporting. So it's more of a deterrent. There is some pre-recorded messages that you can play. And then it also ties into your existing camera system. So the cameras that are out in the hallways, not in the bathrooms, but out in the hallways, once a trigger is released, then it could set up where we create like a 2-minute bookmark of a video so that you would be able to see which students walked into the restrooms or which students walked out of the restrooms. So it's a pretty well-used solution across here in Ohio. At least we have many school districts that have Halo. And again, it ties into your existing camera system. The cloud is a 5-year package to provide all your analytics and reporting. And anything else that you think?
All right, open the floor to questions. Actually, I have some questions. It's more so for the chief of schools, though, than this for you guys. Like, what's the goal here? What are we trying to achieve and do with this product?
So the goal, we can actually go to health. We want to stop our students that are smoking in our restrooms to stop smoking in our restrooms. We can actually stop the fights that are going on in the restrooms. They have fight clubs and things are going on in the restrooms. We can stop that as well. We can actually attend to it a little bit quicker and know what's going on.
I know the goals for safety and security.
Oh,
I'm asking for the chief of schools, the two chiefs. Like, what's the go here? What will this solve for you all if we went with this? Can you just come confirm? Just come talk to us. Come talk to us a little bit.
Please.
Tell us what's going on in the schools at both the high school and elementary level. Please. Help us.
I'm also ask Mr. Rayford to come up as well after.
Like, talk to us a little bit. Give us a little insight of what's happening in our buildings right now and how this solves a solution for you.
Well, I think what's happening in our buildings is happening in buildings across the country with vaping. It's a problem. Kids are able to get them into the schools. The staff is getting much more savvy about finding them at bag checks, but some are getting in. We do know that bathrooms are places where kids like to hide out sometimes when they are avoiding classes or responsibilities or teachers, and sometimes things happen in restrooms. The fact that we could be able to detect an incident in a restroom in real time would be very helpful, so that adults could respond in a timely fashion.
And currently, I mean, you don't have enough people to check restrooms on a regular basis when
we have currently, I would say, unless you have somebody standing at every restroom at every class change, the answer to that would be no.
Right.
And some of our restrooms were designed with an open concept, so there's no doors, where we can really monitor and control who's entering and exiting those restrooms throughout the day. So that is problematic in some of our buildings.
And are you seeing this, is this also in elementaries, or is this just the middle school and high school thing?
I would have to defer to Ms. Spurlock.
Yes, the issue of vaping is coming down to elementaries. I know even last year, our school nurse, this HALO system was actually brought up at one of their nursing meetings that they talk to at the state level. They come and they contact all the nurses, and she brought this to my attention as well, because it is coming down into the elementaries.
So if we have students that have an addiction to these things, like, what's the next step? So you catch them, then what? What are we doing next?
Right. So there's several different things. We're actually looking at a couple education programs. We just talked about that. What can we do to redirect? It's really talking with the parents, communicating with the students about the need, pulling in our health services as well to educate the students. But it's also to help students have an ability to change behaviors. Sometimes they're bringing them into schools without their parents' knowledge. So first thing is making sure our parents know about situations like that, and then helping them make good choices. And educating them about the hazards of that. And when they share vapes, that's a big concern as well, because if they're sharing them, it's multiple people using the same vape. And we don't know about their health condition, or the other students do either.
Okay, so I'm not a smoker, so I don't know what it's like to be addicted to tobacco or anything like that. But I do see individuals when they are cut off from something that they need. What is your plan, or do you guys even have a plan of how that's going to impact our facilitators and teachers and all those children now who have an addiction that they're cut off from? I mean, does this create another problem for us down the line?
And so it's twofold. One, depending on the student, because every student affects differently by vapes. How long they've been using, is it addiction? And then helping that student individually. Sometimes it's making sure they have some kind of alternate, that when that urge happens, that they can use something. It might be a mint, it may be something else that they could use instead of that urge. It's also utilizing, especially at the elementary, our school resiliency coordinators and therapists. If it's something different, we can always do a referral there to help them through that process and create strategies to help.
Okay. Before I keep asking questions, let me see. Does anybody else have any questions?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you,
Dr.
Madam
Pickens.
President. I just want to know what's the margin of error for this, and also what exactly is it measuring? I think you said heat.
There's several, there's like 10 to 12 sensors on each Halo vape detector. So it's reading vape, THC, smoke, and then it gets into the air quality issues of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and then it has the sound side of it for the decibel readings for vandalism, bullying, fighting that's taking place. We can provide you information. I don't know all the 26 to 30 different things that it can report as far as from chemicals or air quality issues, but there's quite a few that seem to be used quite a bit by the school leaders in other districts.
And as far as the margin of error?
Margin of error, it's pretty accurate because it also provides masking. So not only with students using vape, some students are coming in and spraying, body spray, things like that to try to mask. So it will also determine when masking is taking place so that, when a security resource officer or somebody would come in, they would understand that the masking alert would come off. But I could pull the information on the exact percentage of, failure or things that you're concerned of. I don't
I
have that
definitely
number
would
off
like to look at it in terms of numbers or percentages.
Yeah, we can definitely provide you that information.
1 second. Board Member Smith, then Board Member Reiner.
I think it's more of a follow-up to that line of questioning. Seeing how children and people who are doing these things and adults, like, this isn't a new thing, how to get around a smoke detector. And seeing that you have people that have come up with ways of, blowing vapes inside of a tube with a, can't even think dryer sheet, or blowing them into bags and think, how much is that right there where, because I know looking at when we did the pouches for phones, for instance, our kids, they'll come up with ways to do these things. This is probably for Chief and our people in our schools. What things are in place for those kind of behaviors? Knowing that, last year we had with the pouches, children will come out, and I'm not going to say it over here, just for those kids who have not come up with those ways yet. But understanding that is a real thing. People are trying to smoke in hotels. They smoke in airplanes. They use vape. So it's not something where people are just, in my mind, going to say, oh, this is here, I'm not going to do it. Where are we on that kind of deterrent? And then also with these halo detectors, how well do they catch those kind of masking behaviors outside of spraying something in the air, which is doing things, blowing it in the toilet and flushing it. Trust me, I've been to college, I know these things. Not personally, I just saw things. I'm young. But with those kind of behaviors, what are we doing on that end? And then I will follow up after that.
I know that I'll let Mr. Wickham speak on the actual unit itself, but I know it has like tampering devices in it, tampering monitoring and things of that nature. But with the, definitely not sarcasm, until something like that happens, I really can't say how we would move forward with it. I would like to think that seeing the history of the device, that it's going to give us the results that we're looking for. And for me, the result is a deterrent. It's not punitive. I'm not trying to get students in trouble, not trying to get staff in trouble. I'm just trying to get people to stop smoking in our bathrooms and stop smoking in our buildings. That's all I'm trying to do.
All right, a follow-up to that. Currently, if a student is caught vaping, what is the penalty at the school level?
There's a range of consequences depending on the severity, what occurrence it is. One of our assistant principals found a resource that is it's an online class called Everfi. So in lieu of days missed of school, a student could complete those modules. We're talking with principals about alternatives to suspension for a lot of offenses, not just vaping. But obviously we want kids to be educated and we want them to cease dabbling in dangerous behavior. That's the ultimate goal. So the consequences can always run a range depending on the severity of the offense, the frequency of the offense. So it's kind of open-ended.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll turn it back over.
Board Member Reiner, then Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. So what is the highest priority for the problem that you're trying to solve here? Is it the vaping? Is it the bullying and the fights? What would you say is the biggest need that we have here?
Wow. The biggest need, smoking in our restrooms, smoking in the stairwells, and just the overall need and reason that some of our students are not in class. Again, I wanted Mr. Rayford to step up. I'm not sure if he actually has numbers, but the vandalisms, those totals, astronomical. But I'll let Mr. Rayford speak to that as far as vandalism, and then I'll finish answering your question.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, board president, superintendent. I would say probably 65 to 70% of the vandalism inside the school happens in the restrooms, which is pretty costly to the district. I can get you exact numbers, but 65 to 70% of that vandalism does happen in the restrooms.
So we have the vaping and the vandalism, and then the bullying or the conflicts that might potentially be there. Which, I mean, I have kids in this district. I have heard about all of these things happening. And Chief Wright, you were very, I really appreciate the meetings that we had yesterday morning. We went over both of these technologies at length. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you again. Is there the ability, so one thing that we talked about yesterday, Chief Wright, is I would like to see the contracts that we have and see, is it possible for us to target one aspect? My concerns here are the surveillance technology with the microphones. I think that, you know, we already have the use of vapes is against district policy. I was part of the policy committee when we had very lengthy discussions about that, and that was a really good thing. I'm glad that we incorporated vaping into our anti-tobacco and district health policies. And, you know, we talked about going through security, and, you know, the SROs do a great job of trying to make sure that they're catching anything that might come through in the mornings when the students come through. But, you know, we know that it happens, and kids are kids, and they're going to make dumb decisions, and we would like them to not make dumb decisions, but we're here to help them if they do. So would it be possible to just single down, like maybe, you know, if we have enough concerns about the surveillance, could we do just the vaping detection technology and the tobacco detection technology? Is that a possibility for us if we were to get a contract with this company?
So just clarify, or I want to clarify, there is no microphones.
Okay.
There's no microphones. There's no recordings. It's all analytics. There's no recordings, there's no microphones, there's no cameras.
Okay.
So there's no interference with people's privacy. So that's not, I wouldn't put a camera in a restroom, I wouldn't put a microphone in a restroom. But what these are in there for is to, again, detect those changes in air quality that he had mentioned, your THC, your vape, your smoke. It also is going to help operations as well. So if there's issues with chemicals in the building that may be getting into our air ducts, it can detect those changes in air quality as well. But again, the devices are not being put in or are not being requested to be punitive. They're requested to stop everyone from smoking in our buildings. Everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions. The first one, Chief Wright, is, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't remember your name, sir.
Mr. Eric Wickham.
Wickham. Mr. Wickham stated that sound is detected. How is sound detected without a microphone?
It's just a decibel reading, so it isn't actually sound of recording that it's doing. It's just a sound decibel level. So like in a stadium, when the crowd stands up and starts clapping, the decibel reading in that stadium goes louder and louder. So what we do is in the bathrooms or in the stairwells and the locker rooms, you have standard readings that are acceptable for the sound that is in a bathroom. But once a kid would come in and slam, the sink, or get into a fight where a bunch of kids would be yelling, it's not recording the audio piece of it, it's just hearing the decibel reading of that sound. And once it hits a certain threshold that says this is probably an area of vandalism or brutality or something that's taking place with a fight, then it would send out a message or an alert via text or email or something to multiple people that would be authorized to receive that information to say, this bathroom, this sensor is now providing this type of alert that you should consider because it's at a threshold that you set as far as the decibel reading of the sound that it's making.
So with that being said, and then I'll get to my question. So if 4 scholars in the bathroom, they was laughing extremely loud, is that sensor gonna go off and somebody would respond because of the
Potentially,
laughing?
yeah. I mean, that's the same, if there is a increase in the decibel of the loudness in that bathroom, whether it's for a celebration or for vandalism, yes, it would, once it hits a threshold that, the safety and security team or the building principal or the team within the district would set, then yeah, once it would hit a certain threshold of loudness, then it would send out an alert. But it is not recording any information as far as voice.
Got you. My other question, Chief, right. I understand that at the beginning there was a mention of the problem that is trying to be addressed. Do we have a district have the data that supports the rationale of this technology? Do we have data from last year that shows the number of vaping incidents, smoking in the bathroom, vandalism, and can that data be presented for us to review?
She's walking up with it right now.
Thank you.
That's teamwork right there.
Like a dream.
So I can't project it. However, currently this year, our areas of, or our reasons for suspension are top 5, fighting or inciting to fight, leaving class without permission, contributing to a disruptive situation, and possession of tobacco or tobacco products, which includes vaping.
So, quick question, because you was quick on the draw. So, with that data, fighting, does all of this data say it happened in the bathroom? Were these fights visible to adults? Was the tobacco intercepted at check-in? What is the rationale for me, the data that supports these sensors being located in the restroom?
Let's see, that's somewhere else.
And if you don't have that, that's fine. I'm just interested. The top 5, I appreciate that data, but is that the contributing factors that took place in the areas that sensors are going to be placed?
So restroom is the 4th on the list as to where events have taken place.
What's the first 3?
So the first one is the classroom. The second one is the hallway. The third one is other, which can actually encompass a lot of different things, and then the restroom.
So chief and chiefs, so 1 and 2 is usually monitored by adults, or should be?
Right.
Okay. And then my last question, the location of these sensors. How many sensors will be in a building? Like, is it just bathroom focused, or will they be throughout the building? If so, how many?
They are in the majority of the locations where smoking has been observed. So restrooms, stairwells.
Got it. All right.
That's
Thank
it.
you, Madam President.
All right. Go ahead, Board Member Witt.
All right, is it, for the gentleman, is it pretty common, I mean, I know it's 2023 and there's all kinds of problems, challenges, but can you talk to me about what other schools are doing? What does this look like? I mean, all schools have these type of sensors in bathrooms. What's your experience? What's your install rate?
Yeah, overall with school districts that we work with, we see that video surveillance is a key concern that schools were focused on, especially right when COVID came out and a lot of the grant funding, federal funding was coming through. So I would say, video surveillance, paging, emergency notification, vape detection. Those are probably the three main areas that we would focus on with school districts. So a lot of schools upgrading either antiquated old technology as far as their camera systems to new IP solutions. And the same thing with the paging emergency notification. There's a lot where schools would have 25, 30-year-old paging systems that they can no longer find parts for on eBay or wherever they would get parts. So we were bringing in technology to convert analog or from IP over to analog, and then add new IP speakers for outdoor for emergency notification, like guns or massive shooter, weather reports, active shooter, things of that nature that would be added to it. And then the third was the vape. Right before COVID happened, there was a huge rise with Halo, with us talking to school districts with Halo, based on the vape needs, THC and smoking. And then when schools kind of shut down, or not shut down, but when schools started sending students to go at home where online classes were taking place, that probably decreased for a period of time, but now it's on a complete uprise that all the schools are open now and students are back in session. So, and our main focus has been high schools and it has been middle schools. And then just to add something that Chief Wright mentioned, we've actually had several schools that found out that their HVAC, their air quality wasn't as solid as what they thought. And we've had many instances where that was brought to the HVAC company's attention, that the airflow in the locker room, the airflow in the classroom, or there's a janitor's room closet right beside that the chemicals are coming up into the air. So there was a lot of, which was very surprising because I know that vaping and smoking and THC was the biggest concern, but we've seen a lot of air quality reports that's come through that's helped a lot of school districts improve their airflow.
Thank you.
Hold on. This way. Board member, Dr. Pickett.
Thank you. I just want to know the cost of the equipment and the yearly contract to maintain this.
Ballpark, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's right around $1,000 for the Halo vape sensor, plus the cost of installation, which you do have to provide a switch onto the network and provide a cable pull to where the Halo will be mounted, and the labor cost to that. And the Halos do come with a 5-year warranty, so it's one of the best warranties out on the market right now.
And how many are we planning on installing?
I think the number was 160, right around 160. Something around there.
Don't have the actual total number of actual units. Okay, 164.
Thank you.
Next, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Couple questions based off the last statement. So currently, Chief Wright or Mr. Rayford, do we have anything in our buildings now that detects air quality, carbon monoxide, any of that?
Yeah, so I just know about fire and smoke, most of the safety issues, and we have, in our ducts, we have sensors in all of our ductwork, so we know when something's smoking. Like we have VAV boxes, they have little motors in them. Sometimes those belts burn out. If it gets too dirty, the belt will burn out and it'll smoke. So other than that, we just monitor just airflow, not the actual quality of air, unless we have a situation, emergency situation, or have a spill or something, or somebody start getting sick, and then we'll have a company come in and do an air test.
Got it, thank you. And then my last question, it was really not my last question, but it'd be my last question. As it relates to the last discussion, it sounds like there potentially could be more than 164 sensors based off the statement of air quality outside of janitors, custodian closets, all of that other stuff. Do they smoke by the custodian closet?
They're only going to be in restrooms and stairwells. We're not putting them,
So we're not really testing air quality?
no. Not
So
outside
we're
in the
really
hallways
just-
for the operations piece, what you were just speaking on, as far, they're going in restrooms and stairwells.
So we're really just using this technology for smoke?
Smoking, vape, yes, and criminal damaging in the restrooms.
Okay, so in the introduction, it was for air quality and 20 other things. that
Yeah, he explained what all it
do.
does, yes.
So, but we're only using this $1,000 technology for each sensor for smoke.
Correct.
Got it. All right, thank you, Madam President.
I got one before you go. And did we get a grant for this?
Yes,
Okay.
I was
So
getting there.
We're gonna cover this with
I
a
was
grant.
getting, yeah, I was
Okay.
getting there.
What
It's already,
grant-
yes.
What grant did we get?
1.8 million.
Okay.
Yep.
And what was the
1.8
grant
million.
for?
Halo, Flock.
I mean, no, overall, overarching, what was the grant for?
School safety grant.
School safety, okay. Board Member Smith and then Board Member Lacy. Actually, Board Member Lacy, then Smith. I was about
Are
to-
there plans on putting this in Welcome Stadium?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Like restrooms?
Absolutely.
That was all.
That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Board Member Smith.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, last question for sure. The Madam President asked, was it a grant? So is this grant, can it only be used for halos?
Great question. So the grant, it's actually designed for particular items that they say we can actually purchase. So when you actually file for the grant, you have to make the request upon what they're saying are your approved items and what you can do. Yes, these were some of the items that was actually in where we could actually select what we wanted to add. We already had cameras, we already had access control, so that was, we couldn't use the money for those features.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Board Member Smith.
If we were to do this, what is the timeline that you'd be looking at in getting all these up and running? How long would that take?
I'm gonna say today, but I'll let the vendor explain how long it'll probably take.
Once we secure purchase orders, then we go and evaluate where the availability is of product, because there is cabling involved and other type of material, plus the halos. And then we look at our schedules and see when we can fit. So we're probably looking at potentially 2 to 3 months to get started on a project like this right now, based on the current existing schedule.
Okay, follow-up, if I may, Madam President. My question for that as well is, seeing with this and understanding that comments were made about it not being something that we want to use in a punitive manner, have we or do we plan on having discussions with building staff, with teachers, people in those spaces, to really come up with a building by building and a district-wide kind of programming? You know, I would hate for us to have this in place, but we don't have the other things in place. So then that leeway, we just have kids getting caught, and then we're just like, okay, kid got caught. So I think it would be good if we have that, especially if we would have that runtime of 2 to 3 months, to use that to get with the buildings, to say, okay, we're gonna have this new technology. What does it look like in your building if this happens? Because one of the things in looking up the technology, you know, you find articles and it's just, you know, number of students expelled hits record high because of expulsions from vaping, using, and so it's like, but we're saying we don't want that here. So I think I would want to see that piece in the buildings to say, okay, this is what we're doing at this school, how to utilize this technology to not be a punitive measure, but to wrap in and get some resources. Using in our academic coordinators and people like that, our community people, to say, okay, we have this piece of technology, how can we use it to help an issue that isn't just at the schools? It's an issue you're seeing in the houses, homes. I'm glad Mr. Lacy brought it up. You see it at the games. I mean, you walk outside and it's like, oh, Jesus. But I think having that piece would be very good in my mind if you're going to do this kind of technology, to have the other arm of it and saying, well, what do we do with these babies when they have this issue?
I totally agree. The front-end communication is going to be huge.
and it's putting it out there that they are there and the reasons that they're there.
Board, Dr. Pickett?
Thank you. It makes it easier for me to know that this is a grant because, you know, in my brain I'm thinking, what are we going to do to prevent this to begin with, right? So, okay, you wrote a grant and this is wonderful. I would love for us to write grants to see how we can help the students, not have to use the vapes to be able to just, you know, be as present as they can be in school.
Okay.
You know, we're talking about where are our resilience coordinators. We need to invest more and perhaps write more grants so that we can get the help that they need, so they don't have to rely on these things as much. Thank you.
I totally agree as well.
Dr. Lawrence looked like you wanted to say something.
I do, Dr. Goodwin.
Keep saying that. Go ahead.
Something else. Board Member Smith, we began that conversation with the principals last Saturday and 2 Saturdays ago around consequences and punishment and looking for alternatives. And so this was part of the conversation as we think about the comprehensive way in which you're absolutely right. We treat students. We don't want to be an out of school culture. And also, our last DPS podcast, the next level, or the one before that, was around suspensions, and we really put forward the message that we want to be non-punitive and look for alternative spaces as administrators to help support kids.
All right, any other questions? Board Member Sampson?
Thank you, Madam President. So, Chief Wright, with this grant that has been written, what you're saying is we have to spend it on this because it's been a grant given, right?
Right, we had to actually apply for what we wanted to purchase off their approved list.
Got it. And then my last question for sure about this topic is, when you were in the process of writing this grant, were there other people in the district outside of safety and security that came together and said, this is a good idea, let's apply for this?
Yes.
Okay. Nope, I'm not going to ask that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Lacy?
Okay, now it detects THC, but if you're not actually just using it, what if it's someone that actually just smells? Their clothing actually has enough on it that
No,
they
it's just,
smell of
it
it.
would be the chemicals getting up in the air.
It has to get up in the air.
sensors. And I will say too, IP Video is the manufacturer of Halo, and they have a lot of experts. I know we had a follow-up call the other day. If anybody would be interested to bring IP Video in on a call to go into a lot more specifics, I mean, they're the matter experts, so you know, they live and breathe Halo and you know all the sensors and all the detection. So I mean, hopefully I've explained it well enough. But there are experts from the manufacturer side that can come in and speak as well. Just so you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Board Member Reiner?
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so I had a question earlier, and I don't think it was quite answered. Is it possible to just use these for vape and THC and air detection? Excuse me.
That's a great question. That's probably, I would say, my best answer is yes, but I am not 100%. And that's where I would say maybe the resources from IP Video, the manufacturer side, could answer that. I'm sure there's maybe some of the sensors that they could turn off, that you're only focusing on the vape and the THC and the smoke. But I don't know that 100% if we can turn certain things off, but I'm pretty sure we can.
Okay. Would we be able to see that in the contract that we have with you guys? Okay. Another thing that I just wanted to note as something that's concerning of me is the description of the policy. Hang on a sec. Let me pull it up. It said that hang on, I had a screenshot that I wanted to refer to. It says for the aggression, Halo applies aggression detection through True Analytics. Normal sound levels and alerts. It learns what normal sound levels are and alerts when a threshold above normal is detected. The concerns that I have about a community that is over-policed, and I think that there's a cultural concern about the phrase normal aggression detection. What is normal? Are we inadvertently falling into cultural stereotypes that are unfair to an over-policed population? That's a concern that I have.
And I'm going to go with the question, I guess, I think the word aggression is more that the unit is designed to aggressively find these materials that it's there to detect, not against the person.
I mean, this is for the sound detection, not for the vaping.
Again,
And, the sound, like what is a normal amount of sound? What is
So the decibels can be set. So we can set the decibel. Usually, and I think from the meeting that we had the other day, it's at 40.
Okay.
The decibel set at 40. If it goes louder than 40, we can have them adjusted to louder if we need it to be louder or higher. So it doesn't pick up on anything less than whatever percentage we want to have them set it at.
Right. And it's hard. Like, they're kids,
Mhm.
and kids get loud. My kids get loud. I get loud when I get with my friends, and we're having a good time. So, so we can look at that and adjust it manually and learn from sound patterns.
Correct.
Is that, okay.
Correct.
And then another question that we talked about yesterday is I worry that we are, so there's this phenomenon in that airline pilots and airplanes deal with, where they hear an alert sound so often that you start tuning out the alert sound. I want to make sure that if we have this technology that sets off alerts, that first of all, do we have the staff that is capable of responding to these alerts that are going off? I know how much pressure that teachers and staff and are dealing with all the time. There are always a million fires to put out. And I don't want this to be an alert that goes off and just adds to the number of alerts that go off and adds to the great deal of responsibilities that our teachers and staff have already. Have there been conversations about, is this something that staff is able to take on? Do they understand the next level of alerts that they'll be getting? Are we, or is it going to be a thing where it's always going off because kids are kids and they're in the bathrooms? And will it just be another alert that we end up tuning out because it's 12:40? It always goes off at 12:40.
Okay. So
Does that
the
make sense?
yes, it does. The oversight's going to be on safety and security. So safety and security is going to be the one overseeing the actual alerts. So we'll start with the SROs. The SROs can then get the information to the building principal. I don't want any staff member, teacher or principal, worried about halo responses. That's not what this is for.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
You good, Mr. Sampson? Just want to make sure. All right, thank you for this presentation. I did have 2 comments, not necessarily questions. One, I'm excited for this technology because my nephew goes to Thurgood, and it's a lot of activity that happens. And I know Thurgood is not the only school that has a lot of activity. I think it's necessary, anything to take burden off of our educators to allow them just to educate, I think is great. And I'm gonna rely on what the Chiefs they said based on their teams needing this type of technology and on my own sight of seeing the amount of activity that our teenagers are in. And if anybody watching this wants to tell us something different, shoot us an email. Specifically asking for people who work in those spaces. I do not work there, so I can't tell you what is working and what's not. But if anyone out there, I have an open door thing, shoot an email. Love to hear your thoughts on this, and we'll move forward. Second, on our tobacco and our tobacco products policy and our staff one too. Hopefully staff aren't smoking in the building because it's going to detect them too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
Yes.
that's the thing right there. I would encourage, this is something like, even on the enforcement, it is super vague in our policy. And I think if we want our words to match being non-punitive to our actions, then we're going to have to make some adjustments to this policy to actually spell that out, as well as in the student code of conduct. So if we do move forward with this option, some adjustments need to be made, and with those adjustments, feedback is always welcome. From now until the second Monday of the month, if you have some thoughts on how to spell this out, shoot an email, send it over, contact someone. There are a bunch of people in the room that you all can't see, and if the camera could pan out and show them, that'd be great. hit any of these people up with it. Like, we need to get this down and make our words match our actions and not just say publicly that we don't want to be punitive, but then we do everything to be punitive in that way. My goal, my hope and my goal is that individuals with this one, like knowing that addiction is a real thing, and at a younger age, if we can do things to help starting getting individuals off of addiction, I hope we can. I mean, there is also a part of here in both policies that talks about the staff responsible for this are getting continuous, they have adequate pre-service training, and they participate in ongoing professional development activities for this program. I wonder if that's true. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. If it's not true, then we need to make it true and get that type of thing going right there. So, Mr. Sampson, you sure you're good? Just wanted to give you a moment to think, in case you had something else. Oh, there it is, Mr. Smith.
All right, last time. So, looking at on where we have these in our PRs and the numbers, looking at the cost, do you know, can you kind of give me where were these ranges? Where's that buffer area? I think you said it was about $1,000 per equipment, right? Then the installation. Okay, so are there, I know like Thurgood is at 74,000, well, not to exceed, and then we have like Belmont at 42,000. Where has been, is it the number of bathrooms, the number of places we're trying to put it at? Where is that difference coming?
It's the areas, yes. Number of restrooms, number of stairwells.
All right, appreciate it. And I think that, adding those came up to around close to 430,000. Is that what we're looking at?
Okay, for the
430,000.
total project?
That's what's in here.
It is, okay. I couldn't recall. There's so many projects going on, I wasn't sure which one was which.
Appreciate it. Good.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Lawrence, your next presentation.
Our next presentation, Operation Report Card. This is part 2 from last week. Last week was an overall general overview, and this week we're going to dive down a little deeper into some of the data around Operation Report Card. And thank you so much, Mindy Clark. Quick on the draw.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Goodwine, board members, Dr. Lawrence, and Treasurer Abraha. So I'm going to speak tonight and really go into some detail about exactly what we did with principals and exactly how principals have been empowered to really affect a change in what their report card looks like, and how that can really help the district grow. So in Operation Report Card, we discussed with principals gap closing, which included some gifted categories, chronic absenteeism, English learner progress, math and ELA achievement, math and ELA progress, a demotion, and I'll explain how some schools got demoted, as well as graduation rate under gap closing. We also will talk about early literacy for both grade 3 proficiency, improving literacy, promotion to 4th grade, and then graduation rate, which is separate of the gap closing graduation rate for both 4-year and 5-year. And then college, career, workforce, and military readiness. Now that category is not actually graded yet. However, it will be based on this year's graduating class. So when the report card comes out for this year's graduating class, it will be rated in that what we are referring to as CCWM, just because it's a long name. So, a typical gap closing report card looks like this. When principals or when we go into the secure data center, it tells them exactly how many points they've earned. It tells them how many points were possible. It tells principals, did they get a demotion? It doesn't go into why they got a demotion right here, but it tells them their final percent. And when you look at the final percent, you compare that to that component rating scale over there. And so in this case, Cleveland got a 31.7, and so a 31.7 lands in that 3 stars. Well, Cleveland had some opportunities here because they got a 0 out of 5 in gifted identification and services. And there were points left on the table in math and ELA achievement and progress. And so Cleveland had some opportunities to not only, they were a 3-star building, which is great, but they had some opportunities to really become a 4-star building or a 5-star building. And so we had those discussions about how to do that. Go ahead. So when we're talking about gap closing, specifically around gifted, and this is still mostly Cleveland's data, gifted, to get the gifted points, you either get all of them or none of them. And so to get all of them, they had to get a yes. On that first screenshot, it had to be a yes there at the end, and their percentage had to be a 70% this year. Next year, it has to be an 80%. And so one of the things in those conversations was really making sure that principals understood that goal is changing for next year. So whether you met it this year or last year or not, you need to know what it is for the coming year and how are we going to meet it. And so how that breaks down is to gifted ID and services. And so that's that screenshot up there in the top right corner, where it shows that Cleveland got 10 points because of the number of students out of the population that were identified. There was an opportunity for a lot more points there that could have earned Cleveland a yes and earned them that 5 points, which would have earned them the 4 stars. And so these are all the details that we went into with principals about very specific areas. And then Cleveland did not earn any points in the service. Cleveland served half of their kids, but they didn't have a population of 15 kids to serve. And so there was not an opportunity to earn points in that area. And so then we move to the screenshot that's below there. And this is about equity in our gifted programs. And so it's equity not only in identification, but equity in services, as well as equity in our economic disadvantage in identification and services. And so you earn points in each of these areas for identification, and it looks at what percentage of students are you identifying who are economic disadvantaged. And so our index was 1.04 for Cleveland, and so they earned all the points in that category. In service for economic disadvantage, there was not a large enough group to earn points, so they didn't earn points there. And for underrepresented minority, there was not enough students who are underrepresented minority at Cleveland to earn those points, who were identified. And then they did not have a large enough group to serve. And so that's how we went through in detail with principals about areas where they could specifically target to really understand how to earn more points, which correlates to more stars. And so the last screenshot is not Cleveland. That's actually River's Edge, because Cleveland didn't have a big enough population of gifted students. I selected River's Edge because River's Edge had a big enough population that would then look at how gifted students performed on their test. So if I perform limited, then I only get 30 points. If I perform basic, I get 60. If I perform proficient, I get 100. If I perform accomplished, I get 110. If accomplished, I get 120, so on and so forth. And so what that allows us to do is see how our gifted students are performing, and then that is compared to the average of the top 2 schools, or schools specifically for gifted. And to earn a yes under Gifted Performance Index, they had to earn a 96.5% this year, or on this report card. Next year, they have to get a 97.5. And so it's knowing how to play the game. And knowing what your goal is. So under chronic absenteeism, this is Ruskin, and so the state looks at our chronic absenteeism at every building every year. So in 21-22, Ruskin's chronic absenteeism was 35.2. In 22-23, it was 37.3. So there's 3 ways to get a yes in this category. You can either meet the current year goal, which is 20.2, and guess what? Current year goal changes every year. It goes down every year. Or you can meet the reduction by 1.1 percentage points, or you can have a % reduction goal. So there's 3 ways to meet it. And this is kind of counterintuitive a little bit because it says negative 2.1. That really means that their chronic absenteeism increased. And so we had the conversation around paying attention to your students who are chronically absent and making sure that your attendance team is really focusing in and understanding why students are missing school and the importance of that. So we continued with Ruskin for English language learners. And so for English language learners, you had to meet a % or an interim goal for students of 46.6. Ruskin was 2 students away from meeting that goal. 2 kids. And because they earned a 44.8%. And so that's students who are proficient or who have met their goal based on their grade level and the how they have grown across the year. And so those students, so that's why there's 18 students who were proficient, but 47 who were not proficient, but who met their goal. And so they were 2 students off who could have either been proficient or just met their growth target, and that would have earned them a yes and 5 more points for Ruskin, which would have changed Ruskin's gap closing stars. So, moving on to math and ELA achievement. Or would you like me to pause for some questions now before we keep going?
Just keep going.
Keep going or
Actually,
pause?
I have some questions, and it's probably best, I might forget some of them.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a lot of information.
It is.
And I'm very overwhelmed, and I'm looking forward to digging into this in the next couple days. First of all, what is your expectation for how this will change with the ODE being turned into the Department of Education and Workforce? Do you know?
I don't know.
Nobody knows, do we?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows right now what that's going to look like. So it has already been published what the expectations are for next year's report card, as well as what next year's report card will look like. So even though the department is changing, we already know what the report card will look like. And so we are going based on those expectations.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is about the chronic absenteeism. We know that a lot of those numbers have been affected by the students who are originally registered to go to Dayton Public Schools and then move to non-public options. this snapshot right here, does it give us a better idea of true chronic absenteeism of our students, or are you still seeing areas in which we're having some numbers that are not quite on target due to the change in registration for students?
So I know that we've been working closely with Truancy as well as our EMIS coordinators at really diving into students and their SSIDs and trying to locate them in other districts to really rectify that.
All right, that's all I have so far.
I
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
quick question, thank you. Do we know how much transportation issues affect absenteeism? I like to know how many students don't go to school on a daily basis because of transportation. That way we know, is it an issue with parents or is it an issue that we have?
And I think that's, I know we have a couple of surveys getting ready to come out. I believe that's a question in one of them. However, if it's not a question in one of them, that's definitely something that we could survey.
How can we get that information? Because I know I had requested that before.
Well, once we conduct the survey, then we can have a conversation.
Thank you.
Carry on. Back to the show.
All right, let's get moving. All right, math and ELA achievement. So in math and ELA achievement, there is always a goal based on the subgroup that a student falls into who took the test. This does not count the kids who did not take the test. And so their performance index, or the number of points that they earned, that 30, 60, 100, 110, 120, they earn those points, and those points are averaged. So for all students at this school, all students earned a 61.513 in English language arts. The goal was 80.94, so they did not earn that point for achievement. However, if you look below in math, for Black non-Hispanic students, there were 80 students in that group. They had a performance index of 49. The goal was 47, so they did earn that point. And so when you think back to that first sheet that I showed, this school had points in that category because they met the goal. And so a lot of times this conversation was around, you were 2 points from the goal. That's 3 kids. You were 5 points from the goal. Well, your sample size was so small that that's really only 2 kids. That's moving 2 kids one category. Or that you have 200 students in that group and you were 10 points. So that's a lot more kids. And so really breaking that down for principals.
1 second.
Is this
please.
also Ruskin?
Yes, this is also Ruskin.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's go to progress. And progress works exactly the same way. It is by subgroup as well. However, progress looks at value added. So you do not earn a progress point unless you have a positive 2.0 in value added, which means there's significant evidence that students grew more than a year. And so I circled the one line where this is Fairview, where Fairview earned a progress point because their students grew more than a year, or they had significant evidence that their students grew more than a year. And this was their English learner students at Fairview. And with 5 more points, Fairview would have moved up to 2 stars in gap closing, and they had a few places they could have earned those points. Demotion. Demotions occur when schools do not test at least 95% of their students in math and ELA who are supposed to test. And so these are the kids who are supposed to count for your school. And so in this case, Edison did a phenomenal job. They tested 100% of their kids who were supposed to test. This is the only school that reached 100%. And this ensured that they did not receive a demotion. So they had preliminary points, and they were able to keep all of them. Go ahead. On the other hand, we have Edwin Joel Brown, who had a participation rate of 94.7. It's highlighted in green, and so they did receive a demotion. And so that is the difference in their preliminary points versus final points. And that was purely based on not testing all of their students, which is frequently based on student attendance during testing, and whether that's suspension, transportation, or whatever the case may be, or being in the building and not being tested. Graduation rate for gap closing, this is Ponens. So graduation rate for gap closing is by subgroups again, and if your subgroup meets the goal, then you earn the points. So in this case, Ponens earned 5 of the 6 points. However, graduation rate is a year behind, and so this is really 21-22 data for graduation rate, where they earned those points. So now we're going to talk about early literacy. And this is where there's a lot of information about early literacy, and this is also where my department made a lot of mistakes. And so you will see here that Rivers Edge has 1 star, and that Louise Troy has 1 star. You will also see that they have different calculations. And there is a reason that they have different calculations, and that is based on kindergarten readiness and that level of kindergarten reading. So grade 3 ELA proficiency, that's did the kids get a 700 on the test? What percentage of their kids in 3rd grade got a 700? Now 690 means that you can be promoted, is that promotion score, but 700 is what's defined as the proficiency. The improving literacy, this is where in 21-22, my department did not report and made that error. And so that affected this year's report card, because that is that MAP score from fall to fall. And so that significantly affected a lot of schools. And then promotion to 4th grade, my department also made an error there, because we had 99.8 is what the final number ended up being. 99.8% of our students promoted to 4th grade because of the legislation in House Bill 33. And so in the case of Rivers Edge, if all of that had been reported correctly, they'd have had 3 to 4 stars. And in the case of Louise Troy, if those things had been reported correctly, they would have had 2, potentially 3 stars, if all of those things had been reported correctly. So this is where in the improving literacy, improving K-3 literacy, we look at how students are performing from fall to fall. So this is where we misreported or we didn't report information. However, Rivers Edge got a MET because 90% of their, fewer than 10% of their kindergartners were off track. And so their kindergartners were doing very well, so their calculations were different, and they had an opportunity to get more points from the other areas. Graduation rate. So Stivers was 2 to 3 graduates from earning 3 stars in graduation rate. Because of that 84.3 for the 4-year graduation rate, had been just a little bit higher, they would have earned a 90 for the weighted graduation rate, and that would have been 3 stars. And so, you know, that conversation around 2 kids matter, 3 kids matter. They matter because they're kids, but they also matter because it does affect your overall information. As you can see by the second screenshot, historically, Stivers has 89% of its cohort graduate. One of the things that we've done this year, because we just reported graduation, is we cleaned up SSIDs for the class of 2023 in the system. So we had a lot of duplicates. We had kids that were being claimed by other schools that we were still claiming in the cohort for class of 2023. So we did clean up a bunch of those before we reported. 5-year graduation rate. This is really about the class of 2021. And so, as you can see, this is, it is factored in, I will say, into that weighted graduation rate. The college and career workforce military readiness, this is not, has not received a score yet, but our current graduates, class of 2024, will receive a score for this. It will be on the 2025, or the report card that we get in October of 2025. They have not said specifically how it will be calculated, but we did have the conversation with the high school principals so that they are starting to make sure that they pay attention to these areas now, because the kids they have now are who will be reported. And so this is about kids who are taking CCP classes, who are earning 12 credentials, who are remediation free on the ACT, who have honors diplomas, who enlist in the military, who are gainfully employed, and all of those things. So you can go ahead. Go ahead. So the follow-up, currently principals and buildings are creating an action plan to address their specific areas for their building. I created a document that provided all the updated goals for 23-24 for principals, with all of the different sub-areas of goals that they needed. My department is currently meeting with building teams to support leaders, however they may need us. Some quick wins that we had: monitoring chronic absenteeism to meet goals, ensuring gifted students were served, and ensuring that we are identifying gifted students effectively. Knowing their demographics and knowing who needs to be tested. So one of the things that we did with principals is we used this note taker so that they could look at who were their students last year, but who are their students this year, so that they have an awareness of who are the kids in the building now, and who may their subgroups be. So, questions?
Yes, thank you for this. I'm gonna just kick us off while I wait to see other people's hands up. With the principal and building plan, actually this first one is more of a request. I actually would just like to see what their plans are for them to come out and present to us. We get them scheduled to get that going. Second, I wanna give kudos to you, because in my year in 10 months on this board, you're like one of the best data getters that I've seen.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
I mean, I sent some good reports. Y'all can clap for her. She does solid work. But my question is, so there's a lot of information we got here today, which is not new information to me based on some other requests I've sent out to you. I'm really interested in what is our plan. So actually, I got a bunch of statements to make first before I get to my question. So with the data, like I requested data from you to see our report cards from the past 20 years. And I saw that plan, and I saw that our successes were not as high as I hoped for them. So with these principals making these actions plans, who are they working with? And I asked that in our history, we've only had one person on our staff currently that's ever achieved what would be equivalent to an A here, right? We have like 4 people who've hit what would be equivalent to a C. How are we gonna get this? Like what, I know we're not gonna overnight be there to the next level. How are we helping? How are we making sure they are surrounded with individuals who can help move the needle somewhere forward?
That's a great question, and I know our leadership team has really.
Pass it off to whoever you need to. Go ahead, tap them in. Whoever you need to come on up, because we have multiple buildings, multiple schools, and again, to my knowledge, we've only hit an A in one high school out of all of our buildings, ever. So yeah, help us out here. Don't all rush up to the mic. There you go.
I'll come up because we had a conversation like this just today. We're working with high-performing principals from around the nation. It's one of our professional development plans. And the principal who is actually in Georgia, who turned her school around, kind of reflected the same way you did, that it's been 15 to 20 years she was in a school. They were doing everything, you know, by the book, what evidence-based research says, and things hadn't changed. And so when she switched over to professional learning communities, that's when it all turned around. She said it took 1 year for the culture to change and become healthy, 2 years for the growth to happen, and we've seen incremental growth in different buildings, but we haven't seen growth with achievement. And the way the principals are being trained this year is from practitioners who have done the work. Because we know it's been 20 years and we've been working and doing all of these best practices, but it's a different way of looking at the data, a different way of working collaboratively, and that collaboration and developing true professional learning communities, that's what has been moving a lot of the schools in the nation that have been low performing. And that's our focus this year, which is brand new.
Okay.
And then as the schools do their plans, it's also a collaboration. So from the elementary, I have 17 buildings. I'm meeting with all of those buildings to review that plan, to answer questions, and then to make sure that they're working directly off of a report card, making sure they are targeting their areas for those quick wins and those that we can make sure to take the gains they already have to increase them. We're also looking to make sure that their goals are not only based on the building goal, but what will be from them as the administrator, to the teachers, to the students, and that they have clear action steps that support that.
Okay, thank you. I got to follow up on one more. Well, first, I'm gonna give the flowers. Like Chief Dooley is the one person in our district who's achieved A. So I got some questions for you, because you're the only expert I know at this juncture, and just on some of the things. And I know you've given us that long span of being in a place where you were able to see things that work, and now you've also worked in the span of seeing the different buildings. What's your thoughts on how we actually move the needle in some of our other middle schools and high schools?
Well, I'll say ditto to what Associate Superintendent Minor said. I think what is happening this year is that some autonomy is being given back to the buildings. When I was a principal 100 years ago, I didn't have anybody telling me what to do. I had autonomy as a building leader to work with teachers who cared very deeply and were very passionate about what they did. And we looked at our data and we built plans that were specific to the needs of our building to move the entire organization forward. Because the needs in his building are different from the needs in her building. So we finally have an opportunity to let that happen so that my plan is unique to my building's needs. That takes a lot of time, takes a lot of coaching, takes a lot of technical expertise, knowledge about what best practices are. So it's gonna take a while. We have a lot of new administrators this year. But the foundation is there so that each school can really respond to their specific data and build a plan that makes sense for that particular school. So I think we're taking some steps in the right direction, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Smith?
I don't think who this would mostly be for. Maybe at the top and then as it goes through. I appreciate what you said, Associate Superintendent Minor, and I think it goes in line with what Ms. Dooley said. I think what we've seen is we do things by the book, but the book constantly changes. And so no one really gets to digest the book. We don't really get to implement what's in the book. We don't really get to fully grasp what is in the book. So yes, we do things by the book, but when the book changes every year, then you're really not doing it. So I guess this would be for Dr. Lauren. What are we doing to then also make sure, as we are looking at the report card, because I think this is something I also seen in the history of just this district as we've gone through in different iterations of pieces, we focus on what the state gives us, but then it takes away from what we're doing at the building level. And we start doing things like teaching to the test and teaching things that then take away from our students' natural learning processes and teaching them in ways that we've already seen are biased towards a lot of our children in our district. What are we doing so as we go after STARS and as we try to improve this, because this is hugely important, especially when we talk about the way just our district is viewed.
Right.
Because like you said, there's pieces we missed here and there where it's like, okay, this 1-star could have been a 3-star. So we know this could be a 3-star building, but people are looking at it as a 1-star building when we talk about teacher retention and we talk about people that want to send their kids here. But how do we make sure that after that chase of 2 stars, we're not hurting our children so that we don't get those incremental gains where we go up 2 points here, but it didn't help. And by the time that 5th grader's in high school, they're still on the 6th grade reading level. So I think how are we doing that at that top level, Dr. Lawrence, to make sure that as we get these gains on the report card, we're implementing a culture of continued success?
So part of this is our chief academic officer is working on having a really creative and innovative curriculum that is of interest to children so that they want to be in school. So part of our space for this year is to work with experiential learning. That means kids come to school and that we get them out in our transportation space and use our buses to take them on field trips that are aligned with the state standards that are aligned with what you want to do in school. So school can be more than just sitting in the classroom for 6.25 hours. In fact, I think you were on an experiential trip to Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago with some of the males of color and the students that we have in the school. So one is to make sure that we make school interesting, that it is not just a place where you go to read, write, and do arithmetic, that we talked about this with the 5 C's, that we build a culture of relationships and a culture of family. In order to get past those technical pieces, Mindy was amazing. That's one aspect of it, but that's the science of what we do in school. But the art of it is how do you make that a place that is organically a place where people want to be on a regular basis?
Appreciate that, sir. I'd like to circle back around, Madam President.
Anybody else on the board?
Oh,
Go ahead.
can I, to help me out with studying this, can I just ask about some of the definitions?
Sure.
Economically disadvantaged, I think of like Ruskin students that took the test, there was only one that was not economically disadvantaged. So Richie Rich and all the others were.
Yes. So the state has a formula that they use, and we've applied for the grant. And I guess it's not a grant, but we've applied or indicated that 100% of our students are economically disadvantaged. However, there's a portion of our students who choose to come to our schools. And whether that's at Ruskin or somewhere else, then those students may not qualify. Different schools have different numbers of
So
students.
these are kids from other school systems or
Not
school
ne-
districts? Or no?
Some, It's different based on different schools, but there's different reasons why a student would not be qualified as economically disadvantaged. But most of our students who have been in Dayton Public, we have checked the box, in essence, that we are a community that is underserved.
So usually, in general, if a student
In
is
general, most of our students do qualify as economically disadvantaged, yes.
Okay. And so where would a different question, where would a child that was born in Africa, would he be Black non-Hispanic?
So that student would actually probably be in
He would be an English learner, possibly.
possibly be in 3 different categories. Would definitely be in all students, potentially be an English learner, and be in Black non-Hispanic.
If he chose to be there.
If the student or the student's
he
parents
identified that.
identified
Okay.
as Black non-Hispanic.
And then students with disabilities, that's not every IEP, is it, or is it?
That's students on an IEP who
That's all
took the
students
test.
on IEP, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. I think that helps a lot.
You're welcome.
Are the ISCA Turkish students, although there's probably not as many as there were, are they Asian? It's just as they identify, whatever they identify.
It would be
as.
how they identify,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Sampson and Board Member Reiner.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Clark, in your presentation, I have, first let me say kudos for the presentation. During your presentation, you made a statement about there were some of our schools that didn't possibly get the scoring that they could have based on some things we didn't do.
That is correct.
My question is, what were the reasons that we didn't report, and what are we doing to correct that problem?
Thank you. I appreciate you asking that question. So we did not report in 21-22. We did not report the fall MAP scores, which basically that's improving literacy part. And so that's as students matriculate in from PK to 3, and how are they now meeting standard the next school year, or are they not? So we did not report those fall to fall MAP scores in 21-22. And so there are business rules when we did report them in 22-23 that say that if a student was reported in 22-23 to be on track, the assumption is they were on track in the prior year, even if they weren't. And so we did not get credit for a fair number of students who were off track in 21-22, and we improved how they performed to 22-23.
So what were the reasons that we didn't report?
That was an error, employee error.
All right. Thank you, madam. And what are we doing to correct that problem?
Thank you. Thanks for following that one up. So what we have already done is I've worked with my team to make sure that similar to the conversation that we've just had here, I actually had with my team to know, okay, the report that you're submitting, whether it was last Friday or whenever that may have been, this is how that report impacts our report card. And these are the connections, so that people see the connections to their work. As well, that we understand some very important and key dates. And that people have the supports that they need to be able to do the work.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Reiner.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to echo what Board Member Sampson just said. I thank you for being forthright and honest about the fact that there was a mistake and an oversight. I'm appreciative of that. I'm appreciative of the steps that are being taken to correct that. And with all gravity, we can't let that happen again. And I know you know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So-
And that's why I am so emphatic with my team about how we do what we do. Because we did appeal a few things at, I guess I would say, in August and September, before this report card came out, and we were not successful in our appeal.
Okay. Do we know what the numbers would have been if we had been able to enter the data correctly?
From 21, 22?
Yes.
I've not done all of those calculations. I can work on that, but I do not know those exactly.
Okay, I'm sure that that's a lot of work, a significant amount of work to put into that. My question now, I'm going to direct to our superintendent, Dr. Lawrence. Looking at this and absorbing the data that we have, as a director of this institution, what does this tell you where we are and where we're going and where we need to be?
It tells me that it's important to develop a really, really good academic team, that no one person can direct this charge. And so you watched several members of the team come to the podium tonight. I think that we, and I thank the board for their support, and my recommendations have composed and put together a terrific team, a dynamite team, and there's a big T in that team. And we collaborate, we work across divisions, we work together, and we spend a lot of time in buildings and looking at data and trying not to repeat errors from the past. It's almost a situation where we're where we are, and so with the focus on a few things, we can make some significant progress. It gets harder once you get past where we are now, and as you go up the ladder, it gets harder to make that progress, but I think, as Ms. Dooley said, I think we're on the right track.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you, Madam President.
Board Member Witt?
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Always a pleasure to see you at the podium presenting. I have more of a comment. I love seeing the work happen. I don't think that things like a note taker and actually inviting our leaders to become better by having them do these exercises through this process, I think is really one of the most enlightening things that comes out of this. I mean, the numbers are, the numbers are the numbers, and we have a lot of work to do. But more specifically, I love that the team is building the work around, and you can see the work happening through these types of efforts. So I really just have more of a comment that, I love seeing the work happen, so thank you for that. And certainly, understanding that, we can't teach kids unless they're in school. So really focusing on our attendance pieces and the work we're doing there. So really looking forward to digging in on the work and helping kids come to school more, making them excited to come to work more or to school more. So thank you. All right, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Board Member Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. Couple questions. Along the lines of looking at the data, how we talked about cleaning up some of that data. I know we had talked about previously how that had affected our graduation rate in years before, things like that. With some of the newer things that we're putting in, are we looking at how that data is being reflected? For instance, this past year, we did a large leap as far as students that were in youth work. We had a lot of our departments across the district have our students working in the departments. We've had a lot more partnerships with our labor unions and doing some of these things. Are we then looking at these departments and saying, how do we make sure that these hours that this student spent in operations can move into counting towards some of these hours that would go into our college and workforce readiness, things like that? Or how are we looking at some of these job-based learning that happens when these students are, doing the concession stand thing and they're getting paid for it, or the students that are working with our PIO team? Like, are we looking at those pieces to make sure that the things that we're doing are being shared across this district? Because I really think this is why we're here. What you're talking about in student achievement is why we're here. All the other conversations that we have about anything else in this district has to funnel back to this. So are we having those conversations to make sure that all of these things that are happening in pockets are being categorized, one, are being accepted at the state level, two, and then three, being measured in a way that when we tally these things together, we can have metrics that show that what we're doing in these spaces is increasing the valuable work that you guys do and increasing our district score.
So I will tell you that Career Tech has a method that they use to collect work hours that students are performing, and they have a form that they use that that's an agreement for that relationship where that student might be working. Or doing an internship or any of those kinds of things, so that information can be collected. I would have to defer to Ms. Dooley if that's actually occurring in the other high schools at this point. Okay, and so I know that there is a process that already exists, and just broadening the horizon on that, broadening that out to the other schools would be important to make sure we're collecting that information. As far as some of our other programs, one of the things that we are actually doing is also creating some fields, in essence, of that we can say, it's basically a yes, no, like you participated in this program, so that we could eventually start to pull some data and information to understand the impact that participating in this program had. And so, us being able to do that will be a few years down the line, but we're already starting to create some of those fields in eSchool so that we can obtain some better data.
Appreciate that. A follow-up, if I may. First to Dr. Lawrence, I would ask that if you could work with the team to make sure that we're looking in our other buildings to make sure that they're tracking these. And I know we've seen an increase of those students all across the district. They're shout out to everybody from transportation, athletics, skill trade, PIO. I mean, they're having students get valuable time working, but then also it'll be a waste if we don't track that to say this is what Dayton Public Schools is doing to provide real work experience for our students while they're in our care. So I would definitely appreciate that. Secondly, I look at this as an opportunity for community, and I spoke on something last week, but I think if we could even take that same messaging as we're doing in the schools and saying, 2 students, 3 students, that's a star, that's an extra jump. I think talking around kindergarten readiness with some of our partners to be able to change some of that messaging when we talk about kindergarten readiness. I know we do a lot around preschool promise, and we had conversations there and things like that, but if we're able to then talk to a parent and say, okay, this leap from another level is the difference of reading an hour a night, doing those things. This is like the difference of, teaching your child this by this point, having these real conversations and broken down in levels people can take it and have it being given out by the people in our district that work in the communities and connecting with those community partners, because we know that learning isn't just the thing that happens in the school day.
Right.
And it's not just what happens when our students get here, which is why, kindergarten readiness is such a big piece, but that's before they even touch us. And understanding that 3rd grade readiness is such a big piece that and we know how the state moves, and you see more and more where we're pushing kids through. And so you end up looking at a high school and saying, okay, well, why can't this high school reach this level? And you're saying, okay, well, 60% of their children already come in 2 or 3 grades behind. If we could really work with, and this is for Dr. Lawrence too, to work with the different departments that we have in the community spaces and our partners to really work with them and break down what these tests look like, because it's a benefit for them. When we talk about the different people that work with our district, that means something, because people are invested in our district and our scores. And so I think helping them be able to better tell the story to help people outside of our buildings, and anything we can do with our parents to help them, to show them these little pieces where it's, this is where you can help us help your child as well. And then I think that will also turn around and then see how we can help parents. Because if we're looking at, like what Dr. Goodwine said, if we're looking at a district that for 20 years has been at this level, then that means that we have parents who came from this district who were at that level. And we're turning around and expecting them to help us in educating children. So I think the more we can do in having these shared conversations, helping everybody that is invested in our district grow, will be beautiful for us.
Definitely.
I like to echo Board Member Smith real quick, because we are from the last 20 years. We came from this level.
Not
I would
me.
like,
I'm a little older, man.
oh my gosh, this guy.
22.
I'm sure in 22 years, it's the same thing. But I would like to, I was gonna say this in my closing comments, but I'll say it here and right now, just echoing what he's talking about, that support. One program that I recently heard about is at Fairview. So anything we can do to get, whenever our schools are having these type of programs, when they're trying to bring people in to help out, please help us. Community, help us. Don't just sit here and criticize us. Take this opportunity. This is, again, a partnership that is ongoing. It has not been the best partnership in the last 20-plus years, but that doesn't mean we can't have a better one moving forward. Take advantage, help out when these administrators are bringing these programs forward that just require a little bit of support and a little bit of time for people to just come in. If you want to find out about that program, check out the Fairview's Facebook page. I think that's where I saw it at, and just get connected with that one. Are there any other questions on this one? All right, I think we have one more.
We do. Thank you so much, Minnie Clark. Glad to see you back.
Yep, teacher retention.
Teacher retention. I want to thank the board president and other board members for allowing us to really showcase the work we're trying to do in the district today, well, with 3 presentations. And so come on up.
4.
Brandon. Oh, yeah, 4.
4
That's right. I forgot that capital plan was some business manager stuff, too. Brandon Boer, Dr. Kathy Borneman. Teacher retention, I'm excited to hear this as well.
All right, good evening, Board President Goodwine, Vice President Smith, board members, Interim Superintendent Lawrence, and Treasurer Braha. Mr. Boer and I are going to speak briefly tonight on what DPS is doing to support and retain our teachers. According to the Learning Policy Institute, over 200,000 teachers leave the profession every year. Of these 200,000 teachers, 66% leave for reasons other than retirement. They attribute this to 3 things: lack of mentoring, preparation, and support. So today we're going to talk about how Dayton Public Schools is addressing this national crisis.
Good evening. The first area we would like to talk about is our resident educator program. And so that is actually something that the state did set forth probably 15 years ago. It has changed some over time. But when a teacher comes out of college, they come out on a resident educator license. So with that, we have provided a mentor to every first and second year teacher in the district. So all elementaries and all middle schools have their own mentor in the building, and the high schools split 3 of the team members from the teaching and learning office. With that, we then split them into 2 cohorts. So we have a year 1 professional learning community. Within that time frame, they meet with the mentor monthly. There are coaching cycles that happen, and then there are 5 district-wide meetings of year 1 resident educators. And I collect feedback, and then we are able to tailor professional development to exactly what our first-year teachers need at that meeting. Then we have our year 2s. They are still working with the mentors. They have 3 district-wide meetings, and then we hold some open lab hours because there are some assessments that they have to complete. Year 3 and beyond, they continue to work with their mentors.
So I'm going to speak just super briefly about CTE. This year alone, we have 17 new CTE teachers. So the academic coordinator for CTE, Matt Folkerth, has put together a plan to help foster a community of collaboration with all 17 of those CTE teachers. I wanted to talk just for a minute about our new teacher collaborative. You should see the flyer. Do you see the flyer on the screen? Okay, good. So our new teachers were invited to the New Teacher Collaborative. We had 96 teachers were invited. These include teachers that are first and second year new to the profession, first year new to the district, and first year new to the profession by alternative means. And then CTE teachers that are new to the profession. There are going to be 8 monthly sessions from October 23 through next year, May 24. Participants will receive a stipend, dinner, resources, and mentorship. And it's a new opportunity to learn from some of the best educators and leaders in our region, including Dr. Neonene and Dr. McIntosh at the University of Dayton. The teachers in this collaborative will have the opportunity to accelerate their personal and professional growth. They'll have access to some of the region's most impactful educators. They will receive free academic resources, expand their professional network and forge lifelong connections, and learn strategies and action steps that specifically align with OTES. The goal of the New Teacher Collaboration is to explore how educators develop professional trust, cultural awareness, challenge implicit biases, and engage in critical reflection as they seek to create a class and school-wide community that respects and enables students to become independent learners while encouraging and maintaining high-quality academic achievement. All of these sessions will be held on the University of Dayton campus, and I have to say that this has been a free advertisement for the University of Dayton. I'm just joking. So we do want 100% participation. It's a great opportunity for our teachers.
All right, the second area that they talked about being a problem is teacher preparation. So in order to improve our teacher preparation, we are looking at ways to improve our professional development. So according to John Hattie, who's an educational researcher, teacher efficacy, or their belief that they have the skills and abilities needed to educate our students, has an effect size of 1.57. So what that means is when a teacher believes in themselves and believes in their ability, and we are able to build that up as a district, the effect size that it has on children's achievement is astronomical. So in order to improve our teacher preparation and to foster a climate of self-efficacy, we want to provide teachers with high-quality professional development. So we are looking at pre-K-12, really diving into the science of reading, looking at the strategies that are embedded within the science of reading, what 50 years of research has told us about how we can teach a child to read. In grades K-12 for math, we're looking at vertical alignment. So when a kindergartner leaves kindergarten, what are those skills that I, as a kindergarten teacher, need to have prepared them for the first day of first grade? And ensuring that we're looking at that vertically, pre-K all the way up through 12th grade. We're looking at some algebra readiness. We're looking at, in K-8, doing some science inquiry with Amplify. On November 7th, some of our high school science teachers are going to be able to go to Wright State, and they're going to be able to tour the lab facilities out there and look at the quality of labs that they can do with our students here in Dayton Public. We also have groups of teachers who are looking at gradual release and Marzano's strategies and working to improve classroom engagement. The second part of that is our instructional walkthroughs. So that is something that was brand new to me this year. I've always went out and done walkthroughs on my own, but to do them as a group and to be able to go into teachers' rooms and to be able to say, do you have any feedback for us? What professional development do you need? What resources and materials can we provide to you as the Office of Teaching and Learning? And really being able to build and foster those relationships with our new teachers is going to have a huge impact. So that's another way that we are working with teachers. So we wanted to provide you guys with some on-the-spot data. So I'm a data person. So we just completed round 1 of our dyslexia training with pre-K3. So we surveyed them and we asked, okay, what knowledge do you feel you had on dyslexia, the science of reading, and strategies before you came to this training? And so what you see is 44% of the teachers that came said they had poor or fair knowledge about the topic. When they left at the end of that day, that shifted from 44% to 6%. So you see this huge shift up to very good and excellent. So they feel that they had a good knowledge base when they left. The next slide shows a graph of really that teacher efficacy that we talked about, right? Did this PD empower you? Every single day, Chief Sheehy or myself asked teachers, by a raise of hands, how many of you are walking out of here with a strategy you can go into your classroom tomorrow and implement? They would all raise their hand, and that is shown right here on this slide as 96.3% of the 162 teachers that took this survey said that they felt empowered when they left that professional development.
All right. We're talking about improved teacher working conditions. The first is we have developed a leadership academy for principals where they're establishing strong standards and expectations of leadership. They're creating positive school climates, and also principals are getting comp time for these sessions that take place on Saturdays. We have PLCs, formerly known as TPTs, where there is professional learning and community, which fosters an environment where every member in the PLC can learn and enhance their practice while working with their peers. When thinking of student supports, we're creating a collective impact model where student support systems are aligned. For instance, males and females of color, resiliency coordinators, PSC coaches, success coaches, and career navigators are all working together in an effort to support the whole child. And finally, we have staff health and wellness resources that are being provided by our HR department. There are workshops being provided on managing stress in the workplace, keeping a healthy work-life balance, and many more. And that is the end of our presentation. If you have any questions, we can entertain those.
Thank you. Let me open it up. Any questions from the board? Dr. Pickett?
Actually have some comments. Because we're talking about positive school climate. And 2 years ago, there were 3 schools who were recognized for being a Tier 1 intervention. That was Fairview, Valerie, and Kemp. And I think we had them here last year, and they were recognized. And I'm surprised that there were 11 schools last year. And there were Belmont, Eastmont, Edison, Fairview, Horace Mann, Kemp, Kaiser, Raskin, Valerie, Wagaman, and Wright Brothers. So I would like to hear more about that. When we talk about positive school climate and behavioral interventions, and it's super important so that we don't get our teachers burned out. They need to know how to handle challenging behaviors in the classroom without being punitive. So it would be great if we can hear more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Reiner.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to real quickly thank you for this presentation. I'm really grateful to know that we are putting resources behind recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers. I know not many people will be here when we have new business at the end of the meeting because it's going to be a long meeting tonight. I just really wanted to quickly say that one of the priorities that we have as a national group of school board members is advocating for Title II Part A funding, which is going to put additional funding towards recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers and administrators and principals. And that was one of the priorities that I discussed with the legislative offices a few weeks ago. But I'm really, really grateful for this. I hope that we can get some more Title II Part A funding and continue to put more resources behind this work. Thank you.
Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I have one question. I am enjoying this new teacher collaborative. Can you tell me, out of the 96 teachers, what was this first session? How many were in attendance? Do you know that?
So the first session is not until, I believe it's this Thursday on the 19th. And that's kind of why we made the plug, because we have 15 registered to come so far. But we would like to see all 96 come out to this collaborative.
Got you. So I gave a free announcement because I thought I forgot we wasn't at the 19th yet. So all right. So everybody, New Teacher Collaborative, please be in attendance. Register now. Thank you so much.
Board Member Wick.
Oh, yes, there'll be stipend. I think there's dinner.
Yeah, I heard food.
Yeah.
I heard food. Yeah.
Food is always good. That motivates people.
Yes, thank you. And you know, I think a lot of people watch our board meetings, so hopefully all of those teachers out there watching will take advantage of this wonderful opportunity. One of the things we discussed at our board retreat on Saturday was, one of the items was cultivating passionate teachers, passionate leaders. So this work certainly lays the groundwork to do that. So thank you. So let's keep cultivating passionate teachers. Thank you.
Board Member Smith. I was like, man, what's your name?
First off, I'm gonna say I appreciate you guys, and it's always good to see Dr. B in the building, and see Spurlock in the building. I love when I see my Meadowdale Lions around. I'm not gonna age you guys, but they were teachers when I was in Meadowdale. I loved them, and they loved me. I hope so.
We did.
But I appreciate what you're talking about and where you're going. I want to just ask briefly, what are some of the follow-up ideas you have, like even about like with asking those teachers with that of how they felt coming out of these trainings? Is there a mechanism in place to like kind of help them, you know, say if I was a teacher, a new teacher, I'm excited about what I learned. I go back and I try to implement it. And maybe as I tried, it didn't go the way I thought. Like, how are we catching that feedback loop to go, you know, hey, let's try to work with you through this. How does this look like when you're implementing these things? And how can we keep them to stay motivated? Especially with the different things that may happen that day. It just might be a bad day when they try to do something. Like, how are we working that feedback loop?
We went through 12 hours of training last week, and that was part of the whole training process. So what we would do probably first is, and I've been working on this for the past couple days, is going in and introducing ourselves to the new teachers. We are here, we're here to be your mentor, blah, 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 setting up an appointment to then go in and speak with them and set some time up. So we can sit down with the new teacher with the mentor for maybe 30 minutes during their planning period and talk to them about or ask them questions. What's going well? And kind of digging into that. What kind of challenges are you facing? What obstacles you have? What are your objectives? Talk to them about their goals. I think then that after that point, we can go in, after we've had these conversations, sit in their rooms and observe several times perhaps, and then go back, get together again, and then discuss, okay, where you were there, now where you are now, and what can we do to kind of tweak it, and developing those relationships.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Yep.
Was that it for you? Okay, I had a couple myself. All right. Jump on in there.
To add to your question, so we do what we call fidelity walks. And so on these professional developments that we've had, following through with them, so as soon as we've done, we'll go back out into the buildings. What we've seen is these teachers are putting what we taught them into play immediately. Amazing. And also having people volunteer for us to come in and look so that they can be model classrooms. We're building capacity and leadership within the buildings because it's only so many of us and our team is small. So we're building capacity in the buildings where people are volunteering for us to come in and watch. We're bringing different buildings in. We're trying to merge this east side, west side, Peace Bridge, equity and equality. We're bringing the west side buildings over to the east to see what it looks like there and vice versa. And so we're just really building this collaborative environment there.
Appreciate that. I probably will ask some more questions about that. Not today, but at a different day. Definitely want to hear more about that. I appreciate it.
We'll invite you on some of
There.
Thank you. in the presentation, I did see where you guys had like a specific path for career tech teachers, and just recalling some of the conversations that have occurred at the board, are you all doing anything specific for math and science teachers that are in our district, even in that retention space right there? And if not, are there some plans to do something? Because that's a gap for us.
We're meeting with the department chairs and the principals at Ponitz, and I think it's coming up pretty soon, and in order to walk through some of those details. And Keisha's going to come up and answer that. Ms. Sheehy, rather.
When Associate Superintendent Minor did her presentation a few weeks ago, she talked about our data in math and science, specifically math. So for our professional development days, we have planned for 9-12 math, some alignment across the board so we can build their capacity. And also we have a contract with Carnegie Learning, which is going to give our math department, they're going to have in-person training, they're going to have online training with people across the nation, and then they're going to have face-to-face. And that particular cohort is really going to go in depth to build their capacity. So we're layering these different opportunities for the math department.
Okay, you might as well stay up here. I got some more questions. Okay. So I hear a lot about you guys enhancing the technical skill set of individuals, which is great. But my question is more so about the things that they don't teach you. Like when you go to a classroom school and everybody acts right, and it's great, and we can do some things, but our reality is a lot of our classrooms aren't like that. So when it comes to adapting and being able to thrive in an environment that you weren't prepared for through your scholastic teaching, and you are learning now how to deal and how to manage a classroom, what supports are you guys putting in play to help these, specifically these first-year teachers, and also some of our teachers that just never got that?
So our teacher collaborative is really focusing on that. It's focusing more on the culture and more on those type of supports and mentoring pieces.
Okay, can I get some examples?
So in this collaborative, they're going to be talking about cultural relevance, implicit bias, building professional networks in this community with people who have been working in that area. So with our human resource department and our equity department, this is a collaborative with that new teacher class.
Okay, so let's drill down a little deeper on that culture, right? So today's generation they have a different definition of culture in the sense of like what's happening right now in the world. How are you guys tapping into not necessarily historically what the culture has looked at or looked like in our buildings, but what it actually is with the stakeholders or the students and scholars that are in there right now? Like, how are you going to be able to bridge that type of gap? Because, I mean, I'm only 37, and I'm removed from the current culture that's in the school, but it's because we have 20 years in between us right now. So I imagine the people who are older than me that you kind of just identify, I just want to know how are you guys like digging back deep into what is today versus what was 20 years ago?
So our collective impact model addresses that as well. So when we talked about all of the resources that we have to wrap around students, so our males and females of color, they actually are working on curriculum that meets the needs of our population. Is based around hip hop and today's relevance in their curriculum. We have resiliency coaches, we have success coaches, and we meet together, all of us meet together, and we're really working on those small groups of students and reaching them through things that are very relevant to them.
Dr. Goodwine, I just want to briefly add that you and I talked about this, and Ms. Goins is working at the University of Cincinnati to have us all trained in multi-generational culture, like what that culture is based on which generation you're from. And that goes all the way down from the kids all the way to my generation, which are old people.
Yeah, I think diving deeper in that one, because I don't really know. Let me ask you, you think we know what the culture is today? Like, do you think we understand it as an organization?
Oh,
I know, put you on the spot. Let me just ask you.
Good
We having real
question.
We having real conversations.
That's a good question. I actually, me and Dr. Lawrence and Associate Superintendent Minor are having a conversation tomorrow around a comparison of organizational centered and cultural centered leadership. And really what it talks about is when we are in an organization that's focused on an organization centered, we're talking about the achievement, we're talking about different things that are normed and standardized and based on the average. But we know that our district is at the edges. Most of our populations are at the edges, and I think someone talked about that today. And so that cultural centered leadership is around social things and around social sciences and making sure we are able to shift our mind that way so that we are looking at individuals and people in the center of this and relationships in the center. And then we start to worry about how that feeds into the curriculum, but kind of shifting our mind around the culture.
That was a great academic answer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we know the culture?
If we're talking about across the board, I don't think so.
Okay.
From my experience being in the buildings, there is a big divide in culture.
Okay.
And so we're taking that really into consideration, which is why the males and females of color have done some research on some curriculum to support that. We do have, with our success coaches, we have tutoring opportunities, younger people in the mix giving us feedback about what's relevant and what's not right now in our culture. So
Okay.
we are working on that.
I have a request, and then I have one more question for you. If I could just put the request out of just really defining what the culture is in our buildings based on not only what our leadership in those buildings believe it is, but also kind of what our student leaders tell us it is. And just seeing or just report back of just what the two sides say it is. I mean, culture is part of one of the 5 C's, but it hasn't been defined in a way other than us saying it in its own definition. So if we could, might ask for somebody in this room, because I believe somebody in this room is the one to make this happen, is to really get out and get those definitions from not only, again, our leadership team in the buildings, but our student leaders in those buildings as well, so we can see either how close or how far we are on where you guys are focusing this attention. Okay, my final question for you all is, like, I know when I first came into my profession, first I thought I knew it all, and then I thought I wasn't supposed to be here. So how are you dealing with our new teachers who have imposter syndrome and experience those type of challenges of pretty much doubting, like, should I be in this profession? Should I, as you said, somewhere, it could have been this presentation, it's been so many that, like, a ton of people leave every year. Was that this one?
Mm-hmm.
See, I was paying attention. But so how are we dealing in that piece, and even those individuals that you can see that it's happening in them, but they kind of don't necessarily tell you because everybody doesn't tell everybody what's going on? How are we trying to be proactive not to lose that person and to work with them through to build up that level of confidence that they should be in this space?
So we have teacher leaders in every elementary and junior high. We should have them in the high school. We're working on that, but we don't have them in every high school. But again, we're building the teacher leader capacity and working with them to build teacher leaders, leaders in the building. So we ask them for feedback when we do our walkthroughs. We get feedback from the principals to see who they feel is struggling. We get feedback from the teacher leaders to see who may need some support and build on their strengths. Those teachers who are struggling, we try to build on their strengths. So some of them, for instance, may be good at content, but not good with relationships. And so we use them in their strengths and then start to mitigate their areas of improvement. And we're trying to kind of build that out through the teacher leaders, as well as our team.
Okay, and just to recap one more time, the event, the first session is October 19th or?
Yeah, the 19th, Thursday.
19th, and it's located where?
It is at the University of Dayton. All of them are going to be at the
which
University
building?
of Dayton. Fitz-Steiner and Kennedy. So they're
Where we
different.
going on Thursday?
Where are we going first?
Kennedy Union.
Kennedy Union, the one with the bowling alley? With the snacks on the bottom?
Well,
Okay.
we're going to have. dinner.
Room 241.
Room 241.
241, thank you.
And this is open to also like our long-term subs? Can they come
No,
as well? Or just?
That's a different meeting.
Oh, so this is just for our
This is-
licensed teachers?
Yes, teachers that are 1 and 2 years in, or first year with the district, and also new to the profession.
All right, Board Member Smith.
All right, sorry to keep y'all up here, but this has really been placed in my head off some of the conversations. First, I'm gonna wrap all three. When we have these talks about culture, I think it will behoove us to also understand just the variances in our culture. Just as somebody who has a senior and also has a 3-year-old, I know when I'm at the preschool with that 3-year-old, I'm the old person. When I'm at the school with the 18-year-old, I'm in that middle person in that room. And just seeing how in a building you will have those things, and teaching how to connect with parents and understanding what's going on there, and knowing that, you know, that second grader, it ranges. That kid might grow up with his grandparents. That kid might be coming from a group home. That kid might be coming from a single parent young mother home, and seeing how it's in our district, it's so easy to get caught in forgetting that this district is made up of so many different cultures and backgrounds and socioeconomic pockets and things that are going on, where I think that would help us when we're talking about that. Also, that piece where we talk about the technical piece and the culture, but then also, like, if I'm a new teacher, where is it that I go if I'm just having that day where, you know what, I walked in and that classroom management, mental health piece, where like it's I've seen it. I've worked in schools and seen that day where it's like, you know what, I'm going. And we've had that in our district, where we've had people just go, okay, I'm leaving. I'm not doing this. Where's that resource for them if, you know, they might not be able to get with their mentor? Like, how is it when it's like, I need to talk to somebody right in the middle of the day? I need to talk to somebody right now because I'm about to get out of here if something else happens in this day.
It's a few different resources that we have.
I can give an example. I thought that just happened a couple weeks ago. We were in a PLC, and one thing about the PLCs that is amazing is that the relationships that are born in those PLC meetings, they're there, everybody's there for the same reason, for the kids to be successful. And if a teacher feels like they're having a meltdown that day, what these PLCs have started to do is they're groups where they support each other. And so somebody might say, the math teacher might say, if you're having a hard time, to another teacher, send your student to me and I'll take care of that student. Or they're working together, I guess is my point. And that's what the one thing that I really like about the PLCs, and I see it every week, is that they are problem solving together. So if a brand new teacher says, you know, I can't do XYZ very well in my class, then everybody pitches in and they have a conversation. What can we do to help this teacher succeed? So there's so much camaraderie in these groups that they're working very hard to support each other, which is just, I love to see it.
Two things, because I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I really have. I think this is beautiful. and I think I want to see it really work. Do we have that same support for our senior teachers as well, and are they taking advantage of it? Because I think where I look at it is, and we talked about it, and Dr. Goodwin likes to age me, but understanding that even the dynamics, because we don't talk enough about how the city of Dayton has changed as education has changed. You know, our average income level is not the same. The students that I went to school with was a different income level than what we see all the time now. And so you had different safety nets. Do we have that same help for our senior teachers that we're then putting in for our first and second year teachers? Because I think they could be a resource, but if we overuse them as just the resource and lean on them, I don't want them to feel like they can also get burnt out from that. And then the last one, since I don't want you to have to come back to me, is how are we fighting against the deficit mindset that is easily applied when we bring in teachers into an urban district, and it is very easy to look at their backgrounds, socioeconomic classes, and have this mindset of they can't because of, or I need to handhold them because of, or I can't go to this extra level because of, especially when we talked about with Ms. Clark talking about gifted and these kind of things. And it is very easy to create these implicit biases, and you're not being, punitive, and you're not trying to be rude, but it's just, you're coming into a situation and you're seeing something and it's a reaction. How are we putting those kind of thoughts, getting rid of that deficit mindset and going to this asset thinking that can really push us forward?
Yep, go ahead. Yep.
So years past, I've had teachers that have said, my students can't because. My response to them is, let me take you somewhere where they are. Same population, doing the same thing that you are asking them to do. And when they see that, it's kind of eye-opening to them to think like, oh, I didn't think about it like this. So it's doing just exactly what Chief said, bridging the east to the west and the west to the east to see, here's what I'm doing. You can do it too. And so just building that bridge, building that gap, and showing them that they can do.
And we're also, part of our Leadership Academy is building strong leaders, because that's where it begins, in the building. And having that type of environment in your building, and it comes from the leadership. So our Leadership Academy is really focusing on that.
Appreciate you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much. I believe next on the agenda is hearing of the bargaining units. Are there any members of a bargaining unit that would like to speak? I don't see any. So we're moving on to hearing of the public. Madam Treasurer, do we have anyone registered to speak?
Yes.
All right, I will ask, as you come up to the podium, please be mindful that you have 3 minutes. The clock behind me may or may not come on, but it eventually will get there. Just go by it when it comes on. Please address all your comments through the board as a whole. It's inappropriate to talk about any personnel issues or collective bargaining issues at this time. Can I have the first speaker, please?
Brittany Mueller.
Oh, also say your address too. I forgot to say that. Name and address, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brittany Mueller. I'm at 523 Homewood Avenue here in Dayton. I wanted to address the board this evening about a safety issue at Eastmont Elementary, where my 2 daughters attend. We've been having a lot of issues here regarding dropping off students and picking up students in the morning. A lot of safety issues, students nearly being hit by cars, people parking up on the sidewalks, preventing strollers, students from safely crossing. We have brought this up, my fiance and I and other parents have brought this up multiple times, and the administrative is responsive, but they are very stretched thin. So I am just requesting for assistance, asking if maybe we could get some improvements in the sidewalks or some barricades to prevent the cars from driving up onto the sidewalks maybe. My kindergarten age daughter's friend was nearly hit by a car just about a week ago. So it's a very near and dear issue. I'm sorry for getting emotional, but just a very, very serious issue that I would love to have addressed. I'm not sure what to say. Forgive me for that, but we have lots of ideas. We just need help. Ms. Costner is the vice principal at Eastmont. We've been speaking with her a lot lately, talking about getting a safety patrol started. We're just kind of hitting some red tape and really needing guidance, knowing how to get that started. We have lots of parents who are really ready and able to step up. We have our resource officers, stepping up too. And we want so much to protect our kids. It's getting really scary out there. I'm going to be honest. We're worried that the weather is going to make it a lot worse come with the wind, ice during winter and whatnot. So that's really all I'm asking is just your assistance in protecting our kids at Eastmont.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask if you can have your person.
Oh, absolutely. Ms. Spurlock, you got that? Thank you.
Ms.
So,
Spurlock
so you're
will be
writing.
with you. If you
She's,
could
she's the
just-
chief of elementary schools.
Yeah, if you could just make sure
Yes,
she
I
gets
know
your
her very
contact
well.
information.
Do you want me to go ahead and take a seat? I'm sorry.
You can stay. You want to keep talking? You got something else?
I'm so sorry.
You had like a
I'm
minute.
so new to this. I don't
You had a minute left, so you
Okay,
know. You
yeah.
got something else?
I don't really have anything else
Okay,
to
that's
say.
it.
Yeah.
So Ms. Spurlock.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. You did great. Our next speaker-
Maggie Shimon. Maggie? Okay.
Our next-
Becky Griffin? Melissa Beranto?
Tono.
Good evening. Good evening. It is 8:36. School board president, member, superintendent, and treasurer. My name is Melissa Bertolo, and I'm here as a constituent to express my concerns about the technology your chief of safety has proposed, that you adopt automatic license plate readers, which are ALPRs, and the HALO detectors. I appreciate that your chief of safety gave the HALO vendor and the HALO vendor, that they were able to provide a presentation this evening, but I was disappointed in the lack of detail. When a board member asked about the margin of error, the response was that it's very accurate, which is simply not sufficient when making decisions about these types of issues. My biggest question for you, as you consider adopting this, is what is the use policy? How will students accused of vaping based on the technology or based on being involved in a fight or for the noise levels, what will then happen? Who is responding? And if it is a simple celebratory exclamation or someone being rather emotional and heated, what are those next steps? So my request is that you actually send this back until that use policy is actually created. And then I'm also disappointed that you did not request the chief of safety to address license plate readers. I do have to leave immediately following my comments now. So if he is able to come back, I think that would be really great. But as a community member that has worked actually nearly 4 years on surveillance technology oversight in the city of Dayton, I want to share some concerns about automatic license plate readers as the city of Dayton has adopted these. I've also shared all of my more lengthy comments as well as links to reports and data in an email and would appreciate any type of response to that as well. So first, just very briefly, ALPRs take photographs of the entire vehicle and its surroundings, including bumper stickers and people. And so I hope you're aware of the civil liberty concerns associated with this type of photograph that can be taken. Second, ALPRs are able to track a vehicle throughout an area, which is what makes them effective tools, but it's also what makes them incredibly dangerous. There are multiple reports of how ALPR data has been shared with ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and also of how it has been used to stalk individuals. Third, and perhaps most importantly, although I think that previous point, all of these points are very important, but that ALPRs are actually not even effective. So if you look at the data, if you look at the reports that I sent you, a randomized control trial, actually from the International Associations of Chiefs of Police, said that more than 30% of the hits were errors. And then an independent study analyzed 16 years of data and found that less than 1% of all hits actually led to an investigative lead. The purpose that it continues to be stated for these is that they are used for stolen vehicle deterrence, but there is absolutely no correlation between ALPRs and stolen vehicle recoveries. So I'm really concerned about the unfortunate reality that by placing these devices on school properties, that more families and students will experience over-policing and negative interactions with police.
Ms. Bartola.
Yes.
Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Okay, great. Actually, sorry, I do have a few more. Ultimately, so as a member of the Coalition on Public Protection, we have worked directly with the City of Dayton to adopt an ordinance that oversees surveillance technology. And I would encourage you to also consider adopting something similar. I am happy to work with you on that. I included my phone number and email address in the email that I sent to all of you. And ultimately, it requires transparency and accountability. So as you go forward with making a decision, the questions that you need to be asking are, what is the use policy? What is the evidence demonstrating the efficacy of the tool? What is the adverse impact this technology has? How has the community been informed of the technology? And what is the plan for funding after the grant ends? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me extra time.
Appreciate you.
Julio Matthew.
Julio Mateo, 215 Ice Avenue, Unit 400, Dayton, Ohio. Last week, after I learned about the proposal to install automated license plate readers and so-called vape detectors at Dayton Public Schools, I watched your board meeting. I was troubled by the poor quality of the information that your safety chief shared with you about Flock ALPRs and HALO sensors. I think that as our elected officials, it is critical that you get accurate information to enable you to make informed public decisions that affect all of us. For example, Chief said that the vape detector technology that DPS plans to install in school bathrooms contain no microphones. They repeated that today. But the information sheet on the company's website, which I have here, states that each HALO unit does have 2 microphones to monitor sound and spoken language. Chief said that the city of Dayton has over 4,000 Flock cameras, but that number is off by over 99%. To my knowledge, there are less than 40. If DPS adds 30 plus Flock cameras, that would almost double the Flock surveillance capabilities of the city. When asked by a board member whether DPS ALPRs would work in conjunction with the city of Dayton's ALPRs, Chief's answer suggested that they wouldn't, but based on everything else he said about how they operate and integrate with the city's Flock network, the answer is obviously yes. The chief said that Flock cameras would only be used as an investigation tool for incidents that happened, but later described how any driver who's played hits as being of potential interest may be stopped and questioned. Given that we now know that the Dayton police officers and all the officers can add any person or plate to the hit list, drivers whose licenses hit need not be too involved in any incidents that happened. Overall, the chief's presentation raised more questions than it answered, and the one today did as well. How do these technologies actually work? How accurate are they? What are their false alarm rates? What happens when police officers are sent to situations with faulty information? Is there any independent research supporting the effectiveness of these technologies? Is there any research suggesting that they are not effective? Which policies govern their use and which uses are explicitly forbidden in the written policy that the department is following? What is the risk of adverse impact? How will DPS ensure that the human rights of students and staff are protected? What data will DPS collect to oversee the use of these technologies and monitor their effectiveness while being used at DPS? Who will data we share with? How will we store? Who will have access to it? What I would like to ask is that before you vote to approve or not approve technology, require that high-quality information is shared with you to enable you to learn how these technologies work, how effective or ineffective they are at achieving their goals that are stated, and what safeguards may be used to protect community members. Establishing safeguards will not prevent most of the uses the chief described, but they will greatly reduce the chances that they are used in other ways that you may not be as comfortable with. Please demand more information before you vote. Thanks.
Thank you.
I didn't make copies for everyone, but this is the information sheet.
All right, hand it to the treasurer. Treasurer.
Appreciate it.
That concludes tonight's speakers.
All right, thank you. Your first recommendation, Dr. Lawrence?
I recommend a waiver of the 48-hour rule to present the human resources recommendations as listed.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following human resources agenda B.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? I have one myself. Line 2 and 39, I don't think those individuals are classified correctly.
2 and 39.
Yes, they are, I believe they're both also head coaches. So the way this reads is as if they're their head coach and their assistant coach. And if they are being compensated for being the JV coach, it should state that. Otherwise, it gives the appearance that we are compensating coaches for being their own assistant coaches.
Dr. Jones, can you speak to that?
Yes, I worked with Ms. Jones, Chief Jones, and what was shared with me was that past practice was that it got boarded like this. Moving forward, we will come together and come up with an alternative way of identifying what position coaches hold.
All right, I'd just like to pull those two to be voted on separately. Any other questions? Board Member Sampson?
Thank you, Madam President. If we can pull number 12, I have some questions that I can only ask in executive session before I can vote on it. I'd greatly appreciate it.
All right. Anything else? All right, seeing no questions, can we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, vote on the two that were pulled. Number 2 and number,
39.
if that's right, yep.
Number 2 and number 3.
39.
Okay. President Goodwin,
No.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
6 yeses, 1 no.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following human resources agenda DEA after July 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Mr. Sampson,
No.
Ms. Wick,
No.
Dr. Pickett,
No.
Ms. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Lacy.
No.
6 no, 1 yes.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following contracts.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? May we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yeah.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following consulting contracts.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Board Member Sampson?
Thank you, Madam President. The addition, I think I know this, but I would like, because it's new and wasn't discussed last week, can someone give me what the restorative justice arts consist of? And it says school-based SROs, professional development. If someone could just help me with restorative justice arts.
Yes, the Restorative Justice Arts training is Darren Bell's company. It's called Restorative Justice in the Arts. However, it's actually training to provide services that will do just what we've been discussing tonight, reduce suspensions. And so all of our security resource officers will receive restorative practices training, how to lead circles, how to mediate, and how to really de-escalate situations in the building. And they'll have that. So we're excited about that. It was one of the first suggestions or requests from our chief security officer.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Wick, Ms. Wick,
Yes.
okay. Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following organizational chart.
So moved.
Second.
Move the second. Are there any questions?
I have questions.
Go ahead. Dr. Pickett?
Yes. IT, we had a chief, and then we divided that into 2 different sections, and I asked Dr. Jones about this position, and we should not have a chief if we have 2 directors of IT.
Dr. Pickett, please tell us where you're looking at.
Yeah, we have a director of IT.
Correct.
And then we have, what's the other position?
One here?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any
When Ms. Taylor was here, Mr. Taylor was here, we had a chief. And then, Dr. Jones, would you be able to explain to me the history on this, just to understand?
So I believe the position was executive director,
Mm-hmm.
previously held by Mr. Taylor. He handled IT and the data and accountability piece. Prior to this leadership team, that position was separated into 2 positions. So it's essentially 2 directors.
Okay, so we have 2 directors, but we don't have executive directors, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I also have one more question. In fact, this actually is for Treasurer Abraha, because at one point, we had purchasing under the treasurer. Why did we change it, and would it not make more sense to put purchasing through the treasurer? Madam Treasurer, that was a question for you.
Oh, it depends. In some places, it's under the treasurer. In some other areas, it's under operations, so.
Had it been under you before?
Yes.
What would be your opinion in terms of what's best for our district?
to be under the treasurer.
Can you explain to me why?
Because a lot of the purchase requisitions are signed by me, as the budget is under me.
Okay, so is that something that we can reconsider? Dr. Lawrence?
We've considered quite a bit, Dr. Pickett. This is, I think, the 51st iteration of this chart. I sat down for about an hour and a half on Friday and worked through this with Dr. Goodwine. She's been part of the process, and cabinet members as well. We took another look at it Monday and spent the last 24 hours or so going back and trying to fine tune the details and make sure we didn't get any mistakes here. When I was a business manager, purchasing was underneath me. That was part of the organizational chart when I came, when Dr. Lally was here, and that was approved a year ago by a unanimous vote. And so now we thought about the amount of purchase requisitions and the amount of resources and dollars that come through purchasing. And a lot of it's academics because we're making a lot of changes and implementing a lot of new things. And so we thought, hey, a lot of these pieces are right here in front of us. And so I thought, along with the team, that it should be on the academic side now. It's been lots of different places. I've been gone for about 7 or 8 years, so it's been lots of different places, as Treasurer Abraha said. This is one of those departments where it really hasn't had a defined home. But what they do is kind of what we were looking at, like what is the function of the department itself? And they actually handle all of the money and all the transactions, and we have quite a bit of them on the academic side.
Are there any other thoughts on if purchasing should remain under the superintendent or if it should go under the treasurer? Or under the business manager? No thought? All right, I mean, I'm actually fine with it being under any of the three. I do want to make note here that we need to have a discussion probably tonight in the exec session about appointing an interim business manager, because under this structure, we're going back to the hierarchy of everything to the superintendent, and our goals here were to build teams here, and we have 5 individuals under the business manager who can serve as the interim while we are figuring out how to get that best one in. So I do want to highlight that right there, because that, for them to work effectively as a team, that team actually has to exist. So, any other comments?
Question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So staying in line with the Director of Purchasing, so if it is based off Dr. Pickett's question, the treasurer is recommending that it stay under Treasury, but we're saying that it should be under the superintendent. Is there this happy medium, or do we want to just leave it here? I think I just need to hear the thoughts of why it's out. Why is it there? And the treasurer is saying something opposite of what is being presented for the org chart to be approved.
I don't think we're saying anything, because no one said anything other than Dr. Pickett, and I
Okay.
agree. But I do think that is now at the board's decision to decide, like, at this moment, do the superintendent has put it under his shop, the treasurer is saying that it should be under her shop, or the operation shop. Every year, we give all the authority of purchase orders to the treasurer. So that is the question for the board, if the other 3 individuals want to weigh in on where you guys want it to be at. Do you want to take this as is? Do you want it to move? Do you want to consider it a little bit more? Do you want to accept this and still think about purchasing? That's the floor.
My thought is that knowing that last year was under the business manager, which means technically last year, at the beginning of the year, it was really under the superintendent. That is where it would have been until we had moved some of these things, is that because when we created the business manager position, we pulled positions from the superintendent side, operations pieces, that were under that operations umbrella. So my main concern isn't really about where it sits, it's the functionality of how it's working together. As we talked about last year, what we've talked about now is just making sure we work together as a team. That is my main concern, is working together as a unit to make sure we're following our policies and procedures as they relate to purchasing, and we're having clear communication. That's my big,
I'm not sure if you said anything there.
that I don't care
Oh.
about where it sits as long as we do the work. And that I think it's moved to the point that it's been shared, it's been moved around. So I think that has been something that has happened. I'm more concerned about as it works, so I'll be wanting to see how it's working, and I'd be interested in hearing, and I think as the board moves on, how that connection between the superintendent and treasurer works to make sure that functionality exists.
Any other thoughts?
I currently work in a large organization that has purchasing under the administrative. It's under the county commissioners, which are it's under the administration and under the administrator, the chief administrator. I can see how, and I think I've worked here. I think I've been on the board here when it was under the treasurer. I think it can work well. I mean, I would echo what Board Member Smith says, that what's more important is the teamwork. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
I mean, yeah, there can be arguments for both sides, I think.
Madam Treasurer?
Yeah, wherever it sits, we can communicate. If we communicate closely with the superintendent or operations or treasurer, it is okay. Really, communication is the key.
Board Member Sampson?
All right, I have another question. The lead investigator used to be under HR, but under this new chart, it shows lead investigator under safety and security. Is there a reason we moved the investigator from the HR department?
Dr. Jones, could you come and speak to that?
Yes, as many of you know, we've had an inordinate number of investigations thus far. And with the move over to safety and security, we can actually involve more people in the process. Each school has SROs. There are 4 liaisons who will be assisting in those investigations. The SROs will be gathering information. And so the functionality of the position really doesn't change, but it will allow us to move a lot quicker and more efficiently in terms of wrapping up the investigations.
So I'm just a little confused. I hear you. But if the lead investigator does most of the investigations that is human resource related, why the need to put them under safety and security? Those individuals will still be at a resource for them to make things go quicker. Why is there a need for the move on the org chart?
That's a good question.
I think the 3 of us talked today, we just were trying to make this as aligned as possible in terms of the function of what people are doing. I think Dr. Jones spoke to it. I'll double down on it in terms of resources. I think the individual you're speaking of actually came from there where they were doing that job and was sent to human resources. And there were some questions about why that was done at that time.
I got that. I'm still a little cloudy that if the lead investigator is doing most of the investigations for human resources, they're now being placed under a business manager umbrella. Why are we moving them under the business manager umbrella versus a superintendent or an operation? Why are we moving them from under a superintendent umbrella and putting them under a business manager umbrella? Because most of their work is under human resources.
Yeah, most of their work is the investigation of any one of the 2,310 employees in the district, which are Yeah, all over the place. And we as chiefs and directors and associate superintendents, we supervise those people. So they provide that service for everyone. But I think what I probably want to point out is when I arrived, safety and security was on the side where the superintendent was. And I thought then it should be in operations, and I think that now that I sit in this seat, I don't think it should be a function of personalities. I think it should be a function of the actual work that's being done. And I think we've been on tour with the 5 Cs, and we are really doing a great job with this board member, Sampson, of collaboration. We, in this whole almost 2.5, almost 3 months now without an organizational chart, I haven't once seen anyone say, I don't report to you. I mean, we just simply say, what is the work to be done, and do it. So I think we probably as a team are indifferent.
Okay. Still a little cloudy there, but I got it. Another question I have, that in the presentations today, there was a lot of conversation about males and females of color doing a lot of curriculum, aligning curriculum culturally and relevancy, but they're under student services. Why wouldn't they be under instructional leadership if a lot of the work that they're doing is in collaboration with the chief academic officer and that umbrella?
Again, we tried to just draw some balance. The chart was unbalanced the way it currently sat.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just tried to have some balance in terms of responsibilities, especially based on the way the associate superintendent sat.
All right, then my last question. There is a coordinator of parent engagement under student services, associate superintendent of student services, and they're also under associate superintendent of instruction and leadership. Rationale there. It's the same position, but they're being split under 2 associate superintendents.
One of those positions will delve heavily in making sure that we meet the requirements of all of our federal grants.
What about the other one?
They'll continue to do the work as they have here in the past.
But it's new.
Yes, 3.
There's 3 of them. We got
And
3.
2 are under associate superintendent of instruction and leadership, and 1 is under student services. So you're saying that 2 of them will focus on federal programming? 1. And what
One,
the
right.
other one will be doing?
Actually, there are a lot of requirements under state and federal grants because of all the money that comes into Title I, that we must allocate so much and do so many activities for family and community engagement. And so knowing where we are in the state of the work that we have to do, both of those they'll all be doing parent engagement and increasing activities and opportunities for our families to be involved. But as far as the reporting and the compliance piece, both of those positions will be working on it.
All right, thank you, Madam President.
Let me follow up on that question there, because when the ask came in budget time to expand parent engagement, my belief was that the expansion would be one person adding on at least to this team. So now it looks like 2 different teams altogether. And that is what we're doing now, because
Yeah, well, I think everybody, they have to work as a team, because we're all working towards one purpose and goal. The 2 that are under the Director of Federal Grants will have additional work to show evidence through the grants, all the reporting and all of that. They'll have to be in charge of that. So that's the only difference. But as far as the ultimate goal of engagement and making sure our communities and our families are engaged in the work, that everyone will be doing that.
how many people right now manage the grants?
We have 4 people in the department, and we just added the engagement, parent-family engagement
So
people.
now we have 6 people managing grants.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. You've got non-publics, the 21st Century. We could do a whole presentation on everything that they do.
What is that total number in grant dollars, Treasurer Abra?
Total number of grant?
Total number in grant dollars that we have as a district.
It is about, with the ESSERs, it's about 150.
So minus ESSER is about 60?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So is that?
60 million.
Are they, how does that fall under instructional leadership and not student services is kind of more my question.
The Director of State and Federal Grants is under.
I know, I'm asking like the actual
And so
job
the
function.
family engagement, because of the Title I dollars, the millions in Title I dollars and the allocations that must be given to each school for parent engagement, that has to be managed. And there's certain reports that have to go with that.
I understand all that. How
Okay.
is that instructional is my question. It sounds like a
Because
certain-
all of the grant funds must help reading and math and culture. It's to improve reading achievement, math achievement, and the culture of the building and the CCIP. We manage all of that. And the one plan, the academic plans, all of that falls under instruction.
So these two people are paid out of that grant. Is the third
Yes.
person paid out of something else or the same grant?
They're paid out of the ESSER grants.
Okay, are you guys sure? Are y'all? Because y'all looking
ESSER
like I don't know.
grants.
That's a yes. I talked to Ahmed about that. That's a yes. Yes, 572. And it should, I believe it said 572 on the HR agenda. Yeah.
Some of them, it is on a percentage. 20% goes to general fund in some of them, and some of them 50% goes to general fund, 100%. It depends according to the grant.
Okay, any other questions? Board members? Hold on, go to the other side. Some down here?
No, I just have a comment in terms of, I think I'm not going to vote this, I'm not going to vote in favor of this simply because we don't have a project manager right now, and it would make sense for me for oversight and accountability to have this position, purchasing through the treasurer. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Smith, Sampson.
All right, in thinking with the conversation that we were having before this conversation with the lead investigator, my only thought with that, or concern if it's there, is that being reporting up to safety and security, where does that look at if we have situations where we're then investigating someone in safety and security, like there's an investigation about an SRO officer, some kind of complaint right there. Is there some, like even looking at how different law enforcement, how they kind of separate some of those pieces where it's in separate spaces? Was that something that was considered where that investigator could be still under the superintendent HR side? Because really it's over here under the business manager because safety and security is now over under their business. Do we want to keep that there, or is there room to possibly have that over in HR if there are any perceived conflicts?
I think the latter of what you said, there's room for that if there are perceived conflicts. I just thought about that because we just investigated a couple of SROs recently.
So I would ask, and I guess it would be up for the board, could we move that to being under HR, understanding that we've had those kind of conversations in those instances where we've had to investigate SROs. I would not want there to be some conflict with having that flow the way it was, knowing that before it was under HR, where those decisions would have to then go get kicked back to. But that would be up for the board.
You got to put something on the floor for it to be up to the board.
All right, then, are we in there? Are
Well,
we already in this motion, so I can motion, can I make a motion to amend? Can I make a motion to amend the org chart to move the investigator under HR?
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, that's a second motion on there. Is there anything else? Go ahead.
Board member, Vice President asked my question about HR, the lead investigator, the sensitivity of HR. I think I'm in support of that amendment. My last question as relates to the organizational chart is homeless liaison and McKinney-Vento, are they not the same thing? Or are they different individuals?
They say it's 3 people on there.
So who is our homeless liaisons? So we have 2 homeless liaisons currently? So is McKinney-Vento not?
One's the lay outreach, and one's kind of structural. The grant.
Uh-huh. And the homeless liaisons don't work in McKinney-Vento?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's 2 boxes. One say homeless liaison and then McKinney-Vento, but aren't they the? Gotcha. Okay. Y'all making it cloudy again. Okay, got it. So we currently have 1 person, but there are 3 different people that hold homeless liaison. So who is McKinney-Vento? So I guess my question is, there's a homeless liaison chart box and McKinney-Vento.
McKinney-Vento is more technical, maybe grant writing with federal, and the other person does more out. Shelters, patients, management.
So should this org chart say McKinney-Vento with 2 in it versus homeless liaison with 2 in it and then McKinney-Vento? Because it looks like the organizational chart, these are 2 different, 3 different people. You said, am I making sense? Right. So I guess my question is, McKinney-Vento, can we put parentheses? Right. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just that the org chart is not showing. It's showing homeless liaison, and then there's somebody that works McKinney-Vento. Okay.
Dr. Jones, who are the people? So Joanne Richardson is in McKinney-Vento.
Right.
Are there 2 human beings that exist as a homeless liaison? Okay, so those human beings don't exist as a human beings, but they're there because we are attempting not seeing grant money back, and we are going to hire those people, Board Member Sampson, because we've sent money back before you've actually asked about it. And what the treasurer has asked the academic team to do was in the interest of supporting the organization, student achievement, outcomes, all the things we've talked about today. Why don't you use all your grant funds? Like, you can use these for people, why don't you use them? And so that's what we're doing.
I got that part, Dr. Lawrence. My question is, isn't the homeless liaisons in McKinney-Vento?
We can, to make it cleaner, we can change that box and put them together.
Gotcha.
We can put them together.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Would you make a note of that?
I
Dr.
think we should delete that McKinney-Vento homeless liaison should be, because McKinney-Vento is a grant.
So you want to delete McKinney-Vento, change homeless liaison to 3, and then put a G in that box for grant funded?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah, and then but you gotta put a 3 in there, and then a G for grant funded.
Any other?
Thank you, Madam President.
All right, one more question. Just the PSE coaches and success coaches, I see those are shifted over. Can you just give us a little background on that?
Yeah. Ms. Shee, why don't you speak to what they're doing? Let's talk about functions.
So we talked about the student supports and our collective impact model, as we talked about, includes the positive school climate coaches. It includes the males and females of color, resiliency coaches, success coaches. All of those things impact our report card and our student achievement. And so in order for us to be effective, we are working to make sure that all of them know their roles, responsibilities, as it feeds into our multi-tiered systems of support. And so we work really closely with them, along with all of those other entities.
We discussed that at length Monday morning in cabinet, actually as a follow-up to our conversation, and suggested that was an appropriate place.
Can you give me a little bit on the workforce development navigator?
The workforce development navigator is actually helping us in our junior high to make sure that students are career ready, making sure that we have equitable curriculum and opportunities for students as we get ready to prepare them for high school.
And that was money it's not general fund, it's money that was given to us by Learn to Earn.
Learn to Earn.
Actually, Dr. Lally set that up before she left, and we thank her.
All right, any other questions? All right, so we had a motion, and then we have an amended motion. So, parliamentarian, how do we vote on this?
We have to go vote on the motion to amend.
Okay.
And
Motion
if you could just restate the motion, I'd appreciate it.
Motion was to move lead investigator from under chief of safety and security over to under human resources.
All right, any questions on the motion? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right. Now the original motion to accept the org chart
Accept the org chart
with the amendment.
with the amendment and with the change that was discussed after the amendment. Yes.
Homeless liaison,
The
3.
McKinney-Vento type.
Okay, somebody who taking a minute, y'all got all that down? All right, any other questions? Hold on, I may have one more. Actually, I do have one more question. Under IT, we approved 2 positions, and they're not on here. So, can those be noted on here? Those were like 2 board meetings ago?
We approved 2 positions?
We've approved 2. Yeah. Not the analysts, not those, we did 2. Can those be noted on this chart? Maybe it was 4,
I think it was 4.
but they're not on here, so.
Yeah, I think it was 4 and IT. Unless the 4 are IT analysts, transportation, IT analysts.
They weren't, they were system coordinators. on
Okay.
those. They were actual positions.
Yeah, they go under the director of IT. That is
Yeah,
correct.
can we just have a note that there are additional
Yes.
positions
It's
under
4.
Director of IT that were approved at previous board members' meetings? I don't remember their name.
Understood, as long as,
Yeah,
that's okay with the recommender.
all right. Any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
No.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
6 yeses, 1 no.
Does that conclude your recommendations?
That concludes my recommendations, Madam President.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, your first recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following amended certificate of estimated resources as they were reviewed last Tuesday.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses. I recommend the approval of the following amended appropriation measure for the fiscal year 2024 as reviewed last Tuesday.
So moved.
Second.
Move the second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following monthly financials for September 2023 as reviewed by the Finance Committee on Thursday.
So moved.
Second.
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following minutes for September, as if they were reviewed last week.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following donations for October 17, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following purchase requisitions.
Is there-
So moved.
is there a second?
Second.
Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
I would can I pull these out? Well, I'll have to ask I'll ask our parliamentarian. I want to table these. Should I pull them out for a separate vote, or can I just make a motion to table these until we have further discussion on the policy surrounding? Would be the Expect Partners and FLA.
I mean, it'd probably be better to ask to table them or motion to table.
Okay, then I motion to table them
I would
until
second.
we're able to look at that.
Can you motion within a motion that's completely different? I know you can do an amendment, but you have to retract the first motion.
I mean, it's the general practice of the board to go ahead and separate anything we want, basically, just at a board member's recommendation. So this is really two actions, I suppose. It's a separation, and after that, a motion to table. So I guess first we're going to vote on the original motion without X-Tech Partners.
And flop.
And then we'll
address those.
Then
Okay.
we'll address the.
Appreciate you, sir.
If I may, Mr. Lacy, Board Member Lacy, I believe that is the practice during the HR agenda, but when it comes to different items, it requires a vote.
Okay, I'm just going by. I mean, I didn't say we're not going to vote on anything.
Right, it requires a motion to table, and it's not just an action
And we're gonna
that's
vote
done
on it.
without a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it takes a vote.
No, you don't
That's not
table to
correct.
separate something, to vote on something separately. I think it has been the practice
To pull it.
to just pull it and vote on it separately.
Okay.
Consider it separately.
I like to pull ESS Northeast LLC because I did not receive data on how effective that substitute company is. I don't know if any of you guys have received anything.
Dr. Jones, you shake your head?
Go ahead. So you want to come tell us about it.
So this past week, I provided data last week. The data this week, last week it was 54%. This week they had a 58% fill rate. And I can get all of the data to you in a matter of minutes.
The last year, how have they been for the last year? Or
Oh,
last
the-
couple of years, because we've been in an agreement with them for several years now.
That data, I will have to go back and get into the previous associate director's data file.
Okay.
But I can get that information though.
Okay. So I'd like to pull this one to be voted on separately.
Which one is it?
ESS Northeast LLC.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So, Madam President, I understand, so I just need to know from pulling ESS Northeast, is it going to affect substitutes? And if so, how long? Is this something that we can pull and discuss? Will we have substitutes after this week, or is this what is being approved for what period of time?
Well, we only have 58%, so we already don't have.
Well, 50, in my opinion, 58, I hear you, but
Yeah.
58% with no percent is better as relates to substitutes that are highly needed in the building. So if we don't approve this today, how does that affect us moving forward?
I'll have to find out in the contract if they're not paid, how long it takes to sever ties or stop services. But I can get that information for you as well.
Yeah, at least go to a month to month. I mean, this is a $2 million contract for the people at
So-
home watching.
So the contract, I believe we're locked in for fiscal year '24 to the end of the school year.
So we're currently, this is for the next one?
No, this is for this school year, fiscal year '24,
So when does our current contract expire?
July.
Oh, so we already out of contract.
Excuse me.
We already out, it's October. That's how.
I think we need to approve maybe part of it because we need to pay them. They have already, do they have a PO? This is for the whole year, so they need to get paid.
So what's the cost to pay them for the services rendered and for 30 more days?
I'll get those numbers for you.
Sweet.
Or I mean, can we give a not to exceed
Yeah.
half?
I can't give you anything that's on board you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But we'll
pulling
consider
out.
this separate.
Yeah, that's a separate one. Anything else? All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I share this with you as well,
Mhm.
real quick? There's also a stipulation in the contract that if they don't meet certain numbers, then they have to reimburse us. So I don't know if Ahmed, you have that information, but I'll get that information for you tomorrow as well.
Yeah. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, then we have a vote with Flock, ESS Northeast LLC, and X-Tech Partners Pool.
Okay. President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
We have a exec session, so we can come back to it on that one, your motion to table. You gonna put it out there?
Make a motion to table Flock Group and X-Tech Partners until we can have a longer discussion about the policies that are under those, including the vape policy as well as the technology use policy.
Second. Any questions?
Who seconded it?
Gabrielle. Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
No.
6 yeses, 1 no.
All right, does that conclude your recommendations? Oh, wait.
No, there is
more.
one.
One more, I see it. Then and now.
Yes. I recommend the approval for the name now, as they were reviewed last week.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
and Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Does that conclude your recommendations?
Yes.
All right, I'm actually gonna deviate, guys, and go to 7 because A and B are something we need to discuss. And our attorney is here for that. Give me 1 second. Pursuant to section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal of a public employee and to confer with an attorney involving pending or imminent court actions. Is there a second?
Yes. Or second.
Moved and second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Board members, join me on the fourth floor. No, I have to come. That's a quick one.
Gotcha. Hey, my team. See ya.
We've done a full overhaul of Welcome Stadium when we come to renovation. If it was in there, we touched it. We have the field that opened up last season, the track that opened up last season. Those were completely renovated to new state-of-the-art materials. And as you see, as you drive by, we have an amazing press box that happened. During the season, we actively worked to make sure that we got our bleachers touched on. Our locker rooms have been up to date because we live in a different world now. We want our kids to feel comfortable and utilize them in the way they need. Concessions, which is the heart of why many people go to any event, is to get to food. We've also added in our Hall of Fame display because, again, there's a lot of rich history here that people don't know about, and the best way for them to learn about it is for them to actually see it.
At some point in your life and your career, you've came through here for whether it was a 5K run, whether it was the pantry, whether it was a church having a celebration out in the parking lot. And I think that's what makes this project big, because it was bigger than DPS. But it is good to call it home. It's definitely a historic moment, and I'm glad that I'm able to be part of this experience. We're talking about 1949 when this was created. We're talking about 2008 when we had a new track and a new field. And here we are now. And not just here, everywhere, there's a lot of newness. So our kids, they deserve this and probably more.
When you hear the students in the classroom talking about
all the renovations. They're thrilled about that because they go to some of the best schools all over Ohio, and they're in and out of great stadiums. When I first started with Dayton, I thought it was strange that you had a shared stadium, and I thought that might be a limitation. But I quickly realized how valuable that was, where you have all 6 schools and everybody's like, nope, this is my field. And so everybody gets their best time and the students just love Welcome Stadium.
It actually means a lot. I think it shows a level of commitment by our district to put money into our facilities for the kids. It gives them an opportunity to look forward to play in something nice. Playing in this stadium over 20 years ago, it was pretty old, the season at that time. And now to come back now to see the revamps and the changes, I mean, it gives a level of excitement, like I said, for people that like to come watch the kids play, just to see that we play in one of the nicer stadiums in all the nation. It's almost collegiate level facilities, and I think it's nice for the kids to look forward to that. By donating, it shows that we're invested with the kids also. So as a community, we say we're all about the kids, and you know, this is our opportunity to show that.
One of the biggest things when it comes to sports is it really helps the kids feel pride in their school, feel pride in where they're from, feel pride in their team. And so the legacy of anything, of any school, I mean, you hear about those stories, this person that graduated from this school, you talk about it forever. I mean, you know, there's kids that played at Belmont, I hear still brought up even from 4 years ago where none of these kids were there. People still talk about them. And it just goes back to having that sense of pride. Somebody that went to my school did this, I can do great things too.
I attended Ohio State University and became All-American, Big Ten player, and also a college football Hall of Famer. And after I left Ohio State, I went and played 13 years in the National Football League. I was the first-round pick of the Philadelphia Eagles in 1986, and I played in Philadelphia for 7 years, and I also scored a touchdown in Super Bowl 31. And this is a showcase. If you can play well here, you can play well anywhere, and it starts, Welcome Stadium. Football's been so good to me, and it's been special. It's given me so much. And for me to have the opportunity to give back, out here you see people able to fulfill their dreams, and you watch the games and people will talk about them for the next 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the dreams that they make here at Welcome Stadium.
Just being here, I mean, as a coach, as a community member, as a member of Thurgood Marshall alumni, just to see the renovation, see the opportunity that's being brought to the students here it's amazing, because this is our future. The student population right now, in another 10 years, they're going to be the people that are representing and making the decisions for our city, for our community, for just pretty much our society.
We've built a stadium that is not only for student athletics, it is for community events. It is for bringing different event goers into the area. We are in a location where this is where you want to be at, and we want our people and our community to feel that and feel that excitement when they're in here and throughout the whole space. This project was started in 1927, and it's 2023, and we're finally close enough to actually completing the full design of what Dayton Public School students should be able to enjoy and utilize. Welcome Stadium, honoring and advancing our legacy.
My name is Kevin G. Jewett. I work for Dayton Public Schools. I am a bus driver and OBI trainee at this time. When I joined DPS, it was at a time where me as a bricklayer, I couldn't find a job, and they have kept me working ever since I got here. Long as you have integrity, they trust you. There's primarily integrity and trust. Long as you're fair about that, they're fair with you. A bus driver to me means freedom and integrity, issues that I can be trusted, and you can trust me with your children. The ones I carry, they know I'm gonna treat them, and their parents know that I'm gonna treat them just like I treat my kids. Zero tolerance, bullying, and whatever, and that I have their best interest. After all, they're the most precious cargo. I love driving. I never thought I would love driving. but I love driving, and I'll pick any kid up anywhere. And once they're in my care, you best believe I'm gonna do my best to protect them.
Hello, I'm Demaya Woodall, a scholar and a leader attending Ponus CTC. Throughout this school year, my fellow classmates and I will be keeping you informed on the great things happening in our district. And in case you missed it, this summer was full of exciting news. This year, DPS is under new leadership with our interim superintendent, Dr. David Lawrence. Dr. Lawrence is a Dunbar graduate and has a long history with DPS. He began his work with the district in 1995. Over the years, he has taught at Edwin Joel Brown Middle School, Meadowdale High School, has served as an assistant principal at Stabber School for the Arts, and principal at Thurgood Marshall Steen High School.
I'm personally looking forward to just getting out to school buildings every day and seeing the progress in terms of how we're trying to build culture. And I think that's a part of communication. Communication can be verbal, nonverbal, but also it can be your presence itself. And I think by being in school buildings on a regular basis, at lunch duty, recess duty, tying shoes for second graders and first graders, at athletic events, and just showing the administrative team that's closest to me on cabinet and those people in the schools that we really are going to work on culture this year. And all those school results, they'll come.
We are looking forward to an amazing school year under his guidance. After a long overdue upgrade, the Welcome Stadium renovations are officially done. Come out and show your DPS spirit by attending a game and experiencing the new and improved stadium for yourself. Unable to attend the game? Catch our Games of the Week live streamed on the DPS YouTube channel. Games are streamed on either Thursday or Friday from students like me in the Ponus Media Arts Pathway. Recently, the district broke ground on the Transportation Center renovation project. The renovated center will include more open space, break rooms, additional restrooms, consultation and conference rooms, office spaces, and more. Wrapping things up, DPS has so many great staff members who help our district thrive. In this episode, we're spotlighting Rob Hunter, the district's Director of Operations. Mr. Hunter has been with the district since 2019. Previously, he worked as the Compliance Coordinator for Operations. His day-to-day duties consist of meeting with the staff, going out to buildings, performing compliance inspections, and ensuring buildings meet all safety standards. That's it for this episode of In Case You Missed It. Catch us next time for more district highlights and follow us on social media to get the most up-to-date info and news 24/7. I'm Demaya Woodall, and remember, you can waste your life drawing lines or you can live your life by crossing them. Quote by Shonda Rhimes.
My name is Brandon Stillemer, and I'm the automotive teacher here at Ponus. I'm actually a Ponus automotive graduate. After I graduated, I went to the military and became a mechanic for the military. After that, I came back and went to college and ended up coming here to teach at the program I graduated from. In this program, I learned the basic skills like tools, theories, and principles of how brakes work, how engines operate.
My sophomore year, we took motors. We broke them all down, put them right back together. My junior year, we did electrical. I loved electrical.
Pretty much the basics right now: oil change, tire rotations, tire changes, how engines work, performance.
They're learning how to use the machines in here, the lifts, tools, and everything. I've learned how to break down engines, fix cars. I've learned how to do electrical. I'm in electrical now.
This is my first time working on a project car, like kind of by myself, but it's not a one-man job at all. You need a team.
So I think the biggest benefit is not only do they get to learn at an earlier age, but also they can take the skills they learned and get employment earlier. This program, we partner with a lot of really good partners, and we can get them into job placement. They're starting to build their networking earlier in life than wait until later.
Everybody can't teach you how to work on a car. Our teachers are here for it to break down and show us what really goes into a car besides the basics.
it's cool to see the progression from when I was here to what the district is now and then what we're looking forward in the future.
Dayton Public Schools have prepared me for my future to be successful in my automotive industry and strive for my dreams.
I want to end up opening my own business and helping other people who are in need of cars or just working on the cars.
Through our advisory committee, we're finding out what the real world needs, and we're building those technicians to get them into what is the current need for the industry.
Hi, my name is Robin Patterson from Ponus CTC, a part of the Media Arts program, and we are here at Belhaven to interview the student spotlight, Gabrielle. Gabrielle Shanklin has been a Belhaven Bobcat since kindergarten. She's always a pleasure to have in class and exemplifies following the Bobcat way every day. Gabby has excellent attendance and shows up every day with a positive attitude and smile on her face. Gabby is always ready to learn. Her amazing grades reflect her hard work and effort in the classroom. Gabrielle is a great role model for new students and especially helpful as a peer guide. Gabrielle participates in student council and many other after-school programs. What's your favorite subject in school?
It's definitely math.
Do you have a lot of friends in school?
Yes, I have a lot of friends. Jemiah, Anila, Jasmine, Nelky, Lance, Edward, Glenn, Marsha.
What do you like about being a peer guide?
I get to meet new people every single year, and I can make new friends. I can show them around and stuff, and how we do stuff around here, and what's the Bobcat way.
What got you into dancing?
So I've been dancing since I was like 5. I started like loving it. I started like dancing at home. I started dancing to like Beyonce, DaBaby, and all them artists. And I thought they were like really cool. So I wanted to dance to like more hip hop, more R&B. And I thought it was like really, really cool because I've been seeing some people on YouTube and TikTok. They dance like so smoothly, and I want to dance like that. So,
do you have a message for your classmates here at Belhaven?
Like, live the Bobcat way, and like if somebody tells you that you need to give up, like you can't do this, you suck at this, don't listen to them. Just keep trying, and just ignore them, and like just think about like the positive way and stuff, because if you think in the wrong way, it might cause to something being really wrong. So just like think in a positive way, so like you can get good grades, you can meet new good friends and all that. So yeah.
So this is the game design programming pathway. A lot of it involves some basic, like your basic programming class, your game design class, the IT career field, and then the programming career field is never ending. So, I mean, there's so many opportunities career-wise that kids can really look into and then build upon and get certifications in here to help when they leave here, they're better prepared, and then resume builders are, I mean, they can have as many as they want when it comes to certification, and that looks phenomenal for them. And within this current pathway, I mean, there's endless opportunities for kids when it comes to IT programming, game design. It's been very exciting for the kids that have come through. Some of the stuff we do in here is really cool and very innovative for 21st century learning skills.
I learned so far, I'm learning right now the basics of programming and all like functions and all that. And so like I think it's preparing me for the future, because like I get to have some experience before I get like thrown out into college or into the real world. And so I could like jump into my career, then have to wait and learn after I get out of high school.
I feel like DPS gives students a very big variety of choices that they want to do whenever choosing their pathway. So I feel like they're doing good, like giving students like a large amount of options.
So this is a career field and a pathway that you can come in and you want to enjoy. You'll enjoy it every day and want to come back. And so that's a huge push. And we can make it as relatable and applicable to students' lives as much as possible.
Remember, we tell you before, there are 4 reasons why you vote. For candidates or issues that benefit you, your livelihood, your family, and your community. No other reason. You don't vote because someone is tall or short, black or white, male or female, Republican or Democrat. You vote those 4 reasons. That takes care of you and your family and your community.
So today is the first time I'm going to be voting for my family. My family is from Mexico, so I'm the first generation from my family. So right now, this is everybody in the background is voting for the first time. It was a very amazing experience. I like that we were crossing like around the bridge, and you know, it was just a very powerful moment where, you know, it's like your first time and you're going to have that as your memory. To like, oh, I remember I have to cross the bridge to like vote. If you want to fix something that is really injustice, then your vote really does matter. Like every person votes matters. Voting for the first time is kind of like exciting because, you know, I get to go home and then just tell my parents that I just voted, and then they just seem proud of me because they never experienced like something like this of voting before. So I'm like kind of like giving them like a chance to like, oh, if like something is wrong, I'm able to like make the change.
Hello, my name is Kamaya Hohen Thomas, and I am a senior at Stiver School for the Arts. I started taking College Credit Plus classes in the 8th grade up until this year, where I recently got my associate's degree before my high school diploma. I started with very few classes, and then I just kept growing and growing. Many people recommended I like keep a small course load, but I kept like leveling up and taking as many as I could. So I kept maxing those hours out, and over the summer I took like 16 or 15 credit hours so I can just be one step closer to getting my degree. Not many people have an associate's degree. Like straight out of high school, some people, go start working without a degree, or maybe they even like take a gap year or go to school. So to have that like one thing done and accomplished is great. It's gonna save me a tremendous amount of money. Even though I have gotten a scholarship, it also helps though, because it's like, oh, that scholarship is only 4 years. So if I go over that time, or I need to like help and take other courses, I have that done. And that actually has helped me because that's basically a free degree that I can lean back on.
This key is a key to the city. Now, I could say it opens every door. That would be not telling the truth. But it's symbolic of someone that we want to make sure that they feel welcome every time they come to Dayton.
We're here today to break ground on our new transportation center. It's a facility that's going to house about 170 transportation individuals. That means mechanics, drivers, paraprofessionals, secretaries, IT analysts, and other payroll specialists. And so all those folks will be housed in that space. We'll also have brand new concrete where we're standing now for all 150 of our buses, which is a huge undertaking in itself. So not only a renovation of the transportation center, but also a full blacktop for both sides of the transportation center for the buses and new parking for the employees. I'm most excited for the employees. I've said it on a number of occasions. I've said it at board meetings. I've said it in the paper. Equity is a big issue for me. This is a space that we've forsaken. It's been one of the last structures that we've renovated. This is a space where mostly women are here, and we've looked the other way until now. I am proud to have been one of the primary drivers of this project, along with support from the Board of Education.
Today was a day of excitement and enthusiasm and an inspiration for kids. Our goal is to inspire kids by doing and experiencing science in really fun ways. So if we can make science fun and exciting, they're going to gravitate towards those things, and then they're going to be like, oh, I need to do more of that, and I want to try that. And it's okay to fail. It's okay to try new things, because science is all about learning, exploring, and really just investigating the world around us. Being able to come out to a school like Roosevelt Elementary and working with Dayton Public Schools is really important, because I want these kids to see, and I want them to experience science in a way they've never experienced it before. Make it fun, make it big, make it explosive, but most importantly, make it relatable to them. And that's what this whole program is all about. What we got to do today, what I got to do on stage, doing all my demonstrations, was fun. But the engineering design challenge, where kids are building and they're testing and they're figuring things out, that's what science is really all about, is figuring out, oh, that didn't work. How do I make it better? Or, oh, let's try that again, but let's change it just a little bit. That variable needs to change. So watching them build their towers and actually figuring out how to get that ping pong ball as high as they possibly could, that's amazing. And you could just see their wheels working the whole time. And that's what this is all about, is getting them to be okay with trying it, but most importantly, with not getting it right the first time.
My name is Gary Armstrong. I am the assistant principal at Kemp Elementary School, graduating from Dunbar High School, having attended DPS since kindergarten. DPS has had a great positive impact on my entire family and given me and several members of my family rewarding careers. I love impacting the lives of students, male and female. Mentoring and coaching has been a passion of mine my entire career. I enjoy being a role model for students. The benefits of working in DPS are endless. Dayton Public Schools provides a great place for employees to develop as professionals and positively impact the families and students of our community.
Hey, I'm Deshawn, and I'm here at Wagamin Middle School interviewing the Student Spotlight, Christina. Christina Tinsley is an 8th grader at Wagamin Middle School. Christina has excellent attendance, excels academically, and always has model behavior for her classmates. She is respectful, responsible, and attends all of her classes on time. Christina is on the Wagamin Praise Dance team, participates in all positive school climate events, and is an overall joy to have in the building. How does it feel to excel in your classes and get good grades?
It feels good, but it kind of feels normal because I've been doing it for like a couple of years now.
Where did you go before you came to Wagamin?
I went to Louise Troy.
How was your experience?
It was fun. All the teachers was great there.
Who was your favorite teacher?
Probably between Mr. Miller and Miss Grant and Miss Coleman.
So tell me about Praise Dance.
I like Praise Dance. I like our teacher, Derica. She a good teacher, but she been doing Praise Dance for a long time. It's someone like, they have a lot of crazy dances, but they're easy to do though, but it's fun. Like, I'll keep doing it like for a long time probably.
Do you know what you want to be when you get older?
Yeah, I want to own my own business and do hair because I'm really good at doing hair.
Did you know that Ponies has cosmetology?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go to Ponies for cosmetology and learn about hair.
It's a really good program. Being nominated for Student Spotlight, what message would you like to give students and family?
I would say like that y'all need to work hard in school. Getting good grades. Like it'll help you for like if you want to get into like colleges and stuff like that. Having good grades and it'll help you in high school. And that's all I know.
Welcome Stadium, this is a great place to host special events, and especially when it's an event for Edwin C. Moses Relays. We had a good mix of teams from all over the place. We actually had a team from West Virginia, some Cleveland schools, some Cincinnati schools, so it's always good to have different competition and to be able to share our home with a variety of people.
Well, it was amazing because this is their first time being able to compete on the facilities track, and they found out it's a lot different than before. It's a lot faster than before, and not only that, but to experience having a gentleman who never lost a race in 10 years here to watch them and to provide them with medals. It was an amazing experience.
The Dayton Relays, as it was called, we should really work to build that up because it was one of the top track meets in the state of Ohio. People from all around the state would come, all the best schools, all the best relays, You know, this is a prime facility, and we need to get kids more involved in sports on a competitive level as well as sports on the academic level.
Hello, I am Rachel Blanks, 5th grade cluster leader at Edison Elementary School, and I am Dayton Public Schools. Asking me why I enjoy DPS is really a loaded question. How can I not love DPS? So I started here in 1990. I'm probably dating myself, but as a kindergartner at Fairview Elementary. So I grew up in this district. I watched my father work in this district. I watched my mother volunteer in this district. My daughter was in the district. This district is just like an extended family to me. It's a huge part of Dayton. I've seen the successes. I've seen the opportunities that arise out of Dayton Public Schools. I believe in DPS. When I see the students, the smiles on their faces, when I see those proverbial light bulbs, when I hear them telling me, Mrs. Blanks, I got it, or thank you, Mrs. Blanks, or Mrs. Blanks, can I stay here for the rest of the day? But also when I hear from parents and they're telling me how I have helped their child grow academically, behaviorally, emotionally, it's a big deal to me. Making a difference in the lives of my students is something that I take very seriously, whether it's exposing them to Japanese culture, which we're doing this year, or just helping them with exponents or multiplication tables. It's something that I do every day. Choosing Dayton Public right now is choosing to be a part of being a positive catalyst for change. It's choosing to be a part of an organization where communication and culture is lauded, is built upon, is celebrated, and it's a huge part of who we are. It's choosing DPS means that you're choosing to stand up on the battlefield of protecting our children and protecting their futures and preparing them for a global society. You choose DPS if you're willing and wanting to make a difference in the lives of the students around you and to make a better future for everybody.
The Dayton Public School District is a thriving school system serving students from preschool through high school. With more than 12,000 students across 27 schools, parents can feel confident that their students will receive a high-quality education and graduate prepared for lifelong success. Here are 11 reasons you will love Dayton Public Schools. All DPS preschools are 5-star rated by the Ohio Department of Education and are free for students. All 1st through 3rd grade classrooms implement the district's successful double teaching model to increase academic achievement and close gaps. All 4th through 6th grade classrooms provide high-dosage tutoring for students, which reduces class size and provides students with more individualized instruction. Students of all ages have career exploration opportunities to help them learn about different career paths and develop an understanding of what is required to make their dreams a reality. DPS has one-to-one technology, which means all students have access to a Chromebook. DPS is home to one of the world's 41 Challenger Learning Centers, where students get hands-on experience with science, math, engineering, design, and learn about space travel and exploration. The district offers music and art opportunities at all grade levels. Middle and high school students can even take part in an all-city band to perform with students from across the district. Middle school students can participate in Project Lead the Way classes to explore STEM concepts and learn valuable life skills. These courses are designed to teach students to be problem solvers, critical thinkers, and team players. The district cares about both students and their families. Family resource coordinators are in many schools to help connect families to any resources they may need. And student resiliency coordinators and student behavior therapists are available to any student who may need counseling or support. The district offers 2 career technology centers to prepare students for college and careers. At Ponance CTC and Meadowdale CTC, students can choose from dozens of pathways and begin working toward industry credentials in their chosen field. All high school students can participate in College Credit Plus courses, which allows them to earn college credits for free during high school. These credits transfer to public colleges and universities after graduation. Students can even earn an associate degree while in high school. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
I'm Stacy Schweikart, the CEO of Learn to Earn Dayton. Tonight at the Power of Place celebration here in Northwest Dayton, we announced a major project in partnership with Dayton Public Schools to create a learning garden at Fairview Elementary.
This is a community-inspired event and location. My name is John Steinbrenner. I'm one of the designers at Grunder Landscaping, and I'm just lucky enough to be a part of bringing it to life.
I am so happy to be here tonight, and I want to thank everyone that's been a part of this process. The Northwest Dayton project is such a great opportunity for Northwest Dayton residents. Here at Fairview Elementary in particular, we're going to have a beautiful garden thanks to this group that envisioned it for our students. So I'm so excited. I'm so thankful for the partnership with Learn to Earn Dayton, with the Northwest Dayton Project, with Omega CDC, with all of our partners that have made this possible. Grunder Landscaping, everyone has made this possible, and I'm so thankful for that.
Okay, that's why. It's on Linden and 3rd. There's a top, you know, I have to, I need to. Is it Huffman? Yes. No, it's Linden. Linden. Maybe there's some, I haven't been there in a while.
Yes.
Ooh, now I want to go to Mixed Tech. I haven't been to Mixed Tech in a while.
It's actually for mental health for suicide, and we took it out because I didn't know who put it on.
So where is it? Today?
Leslie or
Really bad. Yeah.
is that Hope? Is that Hope back?
All right, we'll come back. I'll come
Okay.
back to you.
All right.
When I get to you and your comments. All right, let the record show that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District has just completed an executive session during which it considered the employment dismissal of a public employee and conferred with an attorney involving pending or imminent court action. I move that we exit executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we waive the 48-hour waiver for the attached resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
6 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Resolution Figueroa and Mastrino pay increase. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Sampson?
No.
Ms. Wick?
No.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
No.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
4 no, 3 yeses.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Rick Rayford as the interim business manager. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Have you had conversations with Mr. Rayford, and what were the conversations around?
Yes, and that he would accept the opportunity to do it. It's actually
all I
very
need.
short. Any other questions?
Who seconded that one?
Mr. Lacy? All right. Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. All right, resolution to adopt board policy, second reading. Insomuch as the Board of Education is committed to the continuing updating of its policy, rules, and Yeah, I'm gonna come back to you when I get to you, remember? Rules and Regulations Manual, and the committee which was appointed has been working towards that goal. The following is brought at this time for a second reading in compliance with the board files. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Dayton City School District, Montgomery County, Ohio, hereby accepts and adopts the following policies that have been codified for inclusion in the Handbook of Rules, or Policies, Rules, and Regulations, GBPB, Professional Development Program. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions?
If I may, really quickly, is there something that we need attention to?
Oh, yeah, that's for something for the superintendent to recommend. Wait, I'm coming back to that. All right, any questions on this? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, if we could jump back first to the purchase order on the substitute group. Were we able to get that information?
For substitute ESS?
Yes.
I think we have 1 million already for a time being. So if you want to discuss next month, it's up to the board. But for right now, we have some.
Dr. Goodwin?
Go ahead.
We would change our change that entry on the board. We would actually ask that give us an opportunity to come back with a revised plan to bring the resources in-house and exit from the contract.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we table this item. I don't remember, the substitute item. ESS.
Purchase requisitions.
But we don't want to pay the 1 million that we owe?
No, we have already a PO
They already
for
have
1 million.
Oh, they already have that. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay.
Correct, okay. So yes, I'd like to make a motion that they table the ESS conversation until the superintendent brings us something back.
So moved.
Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Seconded.
We waiting on a vote. Oh, second, Mr. Lacy?
I first.
No,
I
did.
thought
She seconded me already.
Yeah.
Ms. Wick
Yeah.
seconded
I
it.
second.
Wick seconded?
Yeah.
Who
Chris made the
motioned?
motion. I
Chris.
seconded.
You did, okay.
All right. Are there any questions? May we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, moving back up, we have two things. I believe we have another 48-hour waiver first. I know, I'm gonna ask that. Is it on here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead, your recommendation?
I request a waiver of the 48-hour rule to approve the following contracts: Tufts Medical Center.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second it. All right, any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, I got one more thing. Board Member Simpson, the item was pulled that we did not discuss in exec. Do you want us to exit for you to get those answers before we vote on it?
Yes, please.
All right. Pursuant to section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal of a public employee. Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Okay. President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
and Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, back to 4.
Can you just go in the room right over here?
Or just out in the hall.
Now y'all can turn your backs and huddle if you want. It's you.
Let's go to the pretty blue room. Go to the pretty blue and white room. I love that little room. I don't know why we don't have executive session there. It's beautiful.
We'll start talking about
Cheery, too.
Hi, I'm Brett Collins in the Media Arts program at Ponus CTC. Today, I am here at Ponus interviewing Art Student of the Month, Javon Christian. Javon is a student in the Graphic Art and Design pathway at Ponus Career Technology Center. He is an outstanding student with excellent attendance. He prioritizes his grades and has maintained all A's and B's since starting at Ponus. Javon is involved in the community and even volunteered as a poll worker for the last election. He also volunteered to distribute Thanksgiving dinners throughout the community during his Thanksgiving break. Javon demonstrates the Ponus 5 P's of being punctual, prepared, polite, presentable, and productive every day. How does it feel to be Student of the Month, and then what did your family say about the accomplishment?
It feels great to be Student of the Month. I was kind of shocked to find out that I actually won it, but in my family, they was really happy for me. A lot of support came my way.
What was it like for you going through from freshman year all the way to now and picking your pathway, and what forced you into getting into graphic arts?
Well, what really made my decision into going into this pathway was like my love for art. I really like art and drawing and stuff. It was like kind of my passion. And like from freshman year to now, I was kind of nervous, you know, first time in high school.
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, closing comments. Let's go with Board Member Sampson.
I don't have anything.
How about number 12?
We got to vote.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Thought we did that. Is there
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We are voting on item number 12 that was pulled from the HR agenda. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, closing comments. Mr. Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. I have none. Thank you so much.
All right. Ms. Reiner.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be as brief as possible. I'm really proud to wear 2 name badges on my coat today, representing two of the major things, 2 of the big things that I've done this last month. A few weeks ago, I got to do my annual advocacy in DC, meet with legislators from Congressman Turner and Senator Brown and Senator Vance's office. It was a few days before the first impending government shutdown. Things were really, really crazy. But I got some really good time with the staff in each of those offices and was able to talk at length about the different legislative priorities that we have. One of which was one that I mentioned earlier, Title II Part A, which is really, really important for making sure that we recruit and retain teachers and administrators and principals, give them the resources that they need. Another legislative priority that I've talked at length about is fully funding the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. It was passed in 1975 with the promise that we had to meet certain requirements for educating students with disabilities, and that the federal government would fund 40% of the cost of those. And the federal government has only funded up to the highest level was 18%, and we're currently only getting a funding at 13%. This is a massive program that almost every school district has to shoulder the costs of educating these students, meeting their very unique needs, but not getting reimbursed by the federal government for those mandated services. I urge all legislators out in DC to fully fund the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, fully fund it to the 40% level. I also voted. Make sure that you vote. Early voting is happening now until November 7th. And then my second name badge is for the Southwest Region Fall Conference that we had. I'm a member of the Southwest Region Executive Committee. Really proud of the work that I do there and the networks and relationships I've built with people across the state and in this region. A couple of things of note in terms of the State House and legislation coming out of the State House. First of all, the Ohio Department of Education is supposed to be transitioning to the Department of Education and Workforce, something I mentioned earlier. It's going to be going under Governor DeWine's cabinet. As I put under the content of the meeting last week, but I had to leave early. There is a lawsuit that was filed by 7 State Board of Education members contesting the legality and the constitutionality of that department change from ODE to the Department of Education Department of Education and Workforce. Yeah, I think I got that. The transition is on hold right now as the lawsuit goes through the Franklin County Court of Common Pleas. I'm watching that. I'm in support of that legislation that has happened, or that lawsuit right now. There are a couple things that I would like to also note in terms of House bills. House Bill 279 would require occupant restraining devices on all school buses within 5 years. That's certainly an issue. School bus safety is an issue that a lot of different districts are talking about. And at the risk of taking too much time, that is all that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Wick.
I'm fine, thank you.
Board Member Dr. Pickett.
I'm just going to say right now that I would love for us to propose for students to be a part of this body. I think at one point we had a discussion where we wanted to have their voice on the board. And I think that it would be good for us to have their voice represented in this room. I'm sure they have a lot of things to say. I'm very impressed about the things and the way they think. I have also been talking a lot with our employees. I heard a lot of concerns, and I'm going to make sure that we are able to communicate in a way that is safe for everyone, and that everybody has a voice, and that you can voice your concern in a safe way. And that's all I have to say today, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lacy.
The Finance Committee met last Thursday and found the books to be in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Smith.
Thank you. There's a athletic advisory council meeting tomorrow. I want to put that out there. Appreciate the work that people have done. I also want to say I appreciate the people that came out to speak today, especially the parent from Eastmont. Just want to put that out there. I definitely think that seeing our parents step up and come out, as you could see if you were watching, it was not easy. It's not an easy thing to come up and be an advocate. So I really want to give kudos to that parent. I want to make sure that we are following up on those things. It's a big piece. I also want to thank the team that came and gave the presentations. I definitely thoroughly enjoyed those conversations about how we're going to improve from our state reports and what we're doing in our classrooms, and how are we retaining talent here in this district. So I really appreciated that. And I just appreciated the way everybody pitched in. So kudos to everybody that had something to do with that. And that is all I have, Madam President.
Madam Treasurer.
I have nothing to report tonight.
All right. Dr. Lawrence.
Had a great weekend last weekend at Corinthian with Ms. Garcia on Saturday at the West Side Educational Advisory Council, the first one, and the subject matter was what is the perception of Dayton Public Schools. So we really appreciate the feedback, and that's one of a series of meetings for the next year. So we will post those dates. Dr. P.E. Henderson, you and your team were great on Sunday. I appreciate you, respect you, and I'm listening to all of your advice. I'm doing exactly what you're saying. Say it. School visits, Louise Troy, preschoolers, this is a shout out to you. You were awesome. Cabinet level member of the month or person of the month in terms of excellent performances, got to be Mindy Clark. What a terrific performance tonight. She is an amazing member of the team. Monique Lucas, one of our dispatchers, get well. Sharice Grimes and Kim Jenkins, I know you're holding it down without her. Lunch is on the way tomorrow. And to Paul Harvey, he wrote me a letter. Paul Harvey of 1435 West 3rd Street. I appreciate you. This is a letter. Typically I get stuff and it's not always good, but this was awesome. And I can assure you that we're going to work on your request to have a open house welcome party at Welcome Stadium in the spring for the community to come out and hang out with us. We're very proud of that structure. Those are all for me today.
Thank you. A couple things for me as well. First, I want to give condolences to the family of Vilma Helms, who was the Jefferson Township School Board president. She recently passed away. She was also a teacher in our district for the past 20 years. She was at the age, I believe, of 83. So it's always sad to lose someone, but to see the work that she was able to impact, not only as her time in education, but to continue serve after. So I would just ask individuals to keep, because it's always hard when you lose someone, keep that family in prayer. Keep our neighbors, the Jefferson Township Local School District, in prayer as they are going through a transition themselves. Because again, no one ever expects one of your colleagues to pass away, sudden. So please keep those individuals lifted and in prayer themselves. Second, I do want to highlight again the program that I know about, which is happening at Fairview Elementary. If you are interested in just finding out about this program and helping these individuals, as you've seen the data that was presented today, as well as things that continue to be talked about, we need people's time. That is the best way you can help this district, is giving your time and being a part of one of the programs that individuals are actively putting forward to try to move the needle forward. So if you have that, even if it's just an hour once a week, please reach out to this program. As I hear of other programs, I'll be sure to share those with individuals. And I even challenge everybody on the Board of Education to give your time to this district. They need that more than anything else in multiple facets, in multiple arenas. Please consider volunteering in another way and actually going down and helping. I myself have joined this program. It's a once a week commitment hour during lunchtime. It's 1 hour. I'm also volunteering right now with transportation, helping out. If you can do something, do it. I think that is the biggest way that people can give back that's not monetary is time. I also want to give a shout out to all my internet trolls. You guys are keeping DPS in a lot of people's mouth, and I appreciate that because there's no such thing as bad press. So people are constantly looking at us. I hope that at some point that your platforms will change a little bit to actually highlight some things that are happening in this district instead of being tabloids. But hey, you keep doing what you're doing because you are helping other individuals go and find out more about this organization. So talk about us, stay with us. If you really want to do some work, again, plenty of opportunities to get out here and do it. I think on top of that, I'm excited. I want to shout out to Mindy Clark again because I think her analytics are providing us with some much needed actual data to start moving the needle. And I think that is very important to us. We often make decisions that are based on our perceptions and what we believe has happened, but you cannot deny the numbers. You cannot lie about what the data tells you. And to finally start doing some things that are data-driven, or even starting the conversations about making data-driven decisions, I think that is one way for us to actually grow as an organization and move this needle. I am very disappointed that I sit here 19 years from when I graduated and I don't see the trends of this school moving in any way. That is disheartening. I can understand why people have given up on us. But I'm lifted with some type of excitement to hear that we have some individuals in our district who haven't given up on us, who aren't just here going through the motions, and who really have a shot at moving us forward, even if it's a small game. Those small games add up. We'll be an alpha. Always the alphas. Oh, Hewitt, wow. Dang, snitching. Hey, snitching is at an all-time high in case people did not know that. So, yeah, I would say on top of that, it's always the alphas. It's either Dr. Lawrence or Board Member Sampson. When in doubt, implicit bias. I will say,
training on that.
yeah, I will say too that please, 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 we are looking for assistance when it comes to our transportation department in helping our students wear their badges so they can get that scan going. That is key to us being even more efficient than we have been this year in transportation. So if there are any thoughts or ideas at any level of this organization of how we can continue to encourage that and help out our transportation professionals with that piece, it is greatly warranted and it's wanted and it's needed because it is our goal to make that a real possibility for you. The Technology and Building Committee did meet, and we have some really phenomenal things coming down the pipeline, and we've been working on these things for a while, and I think that as we are moving forward in the century that we're in, you will start seeing some shifts in some of the things that we have here. I'm excited. Thank you all for the presentations that came out. It is encouraging to actually start having real conversations, not only in the committee meetings, but here on the dais. I think the most important question that I asked today was, what is the culture? And how are we defining that? And I think that conversation doesn't have one answer, because there are multiple cultures in our organization. And we have to see them, and we have to learn from each other, and we have to identify that those are things, are knowns that we don't have one answer for. And filling those gaps, those have to be the keys to us moving forward. Other than that, I have one thing to say, because although I don't read my fan club on the internet, you know, sometimes you just get too big for them, and I'm okay, that's where I'm at in my life right now. I will say that there has been a time-honored piece in the presidency where you didn't talk bad about what the president after you was doing, because you understood what it was like to be in those trenches and the decisions that you had to make. So I hope, and it is my intent, that even our board members that will leave us soon, that they continue to remember and know that the things that happen up here, they don't happen in a bubble. They are things that have multiple variables always there. And if you expect our team, if you expect our students, if you expect our parents to have the decency and courtesy to talk to each other, then you have to do those same things. You can't say one thing and then your actions do something completely different and expect to be credible, and expect people to continue to listen to you and to continue to value your voice at a table. Is actually the quickest way for people to be dismissive of you when your actions don't match your words. If you are about this district, be about this district. Be about supporting us. Be about pushing us forward. Be about getting us something today that we didn't have yesterday. And it is my hope that as you guys go forward, if you didn't listen to anything else that I just said in my little 5-minute statement here, that you are about us growing as a team. You are about these children first, and it is more important to you that a child today that couldn't read gets that type of support than it is about throwing your coworkers under the bus, throwing people in this district under the bus, sabotaging and backstabbing each other. Those behaviors, those type of things won't grow us to any type of successful organization. So with that, I hope you guys got something from my rant. Feel free to make a meme out of it, do what you need. With no other business before the board, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacey?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Just wanted to